Hello, Thinker, Nelly.
Yeah, I'm here.
Um, hey, or can y'all get the likes up to 25K, please? And help Thinker with her gift goal.
All right, can y'all hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay. Did y'all hear the song or no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That's crazy that y'all could hear the song but couldn't hear me. That's insane. Technical difficulties starting out, but we are back. And because I like to be in a good mood when I'm on these lives, I am going to play another song because I'm irritated now. But here we go. Hold on. Let's see. Am I in this? Oh, I don't think y'all have heard this one yet, have y'all? Let's see. Thank you, Joshua. Thank you to the YouTube fam for being patient with me. Here they come in my chat talking sister repent. Flexing with a Bible like they haven't sent. Try to be my hero, keep dragging in the dust, but I'm laughing on the mic. Y'all just doing too much. If you rocking with me, tap the screen right quick. Let the likes flow heavy, make the numbers foot. Hit that share button. Tell your cousin, tell your crew. Think I live in the room, dropping facts, that's true. Tap that screen for thinking, ayy. Tap, tap, share this live, let it ricochet. Send it every time they come in, they be trying to save. Ha, the thinker don't wanna be saved, no way. Look, I ain't asked nobody to fix my crown. Thank you, Graven. I appreciate you. Y'all keep tapping the live up. Make sure you send your heart me's. Send your super popular votes. Appreciate y'all so much for being here. Chains in the night. If you came for control, better exit stage right. Yo, tap that screen for thinking, ayy. Shut this live, let it ricochet. Hello, Shamilia. Well, happy Friday to you. The mic is still popping. I don't know what to do. I don't know why it's doing that. Here they come in my chat talking sister repent. Flexing with a Bible like they haven't said. Trying to be my hero, keep dragging in the dust, but I'm laughing on the mic. Y'all just doing too much. If you rocking with me, tap the screen right quick. Let the likes flow heavy, make the numbers flick. Hit that share button. Tell your cousin, tell your crew. Think I live in the room, dropping facts, that's true. Tap that screen for thinking, ayy. Tap, tap, share this live, let it ricochet. Send it out. Every time they come in, they be trying to save. But thinking don't wanna be saved, no way. Look, I ain't asked nobody to fix my crown. I built this whole vibe from the ground on down. Men get triggered cause they can't control the sound. But the more they hate loud, the more my people tap around. So double tap, triple tap, flood that screen. Let's go. Push this live to the top of the feed. We left it learning, breaking chains in the night. If you came for control, better exit stage right. Yo, tap that screen for thinking, ayy. Shut this live, let it ricochet. Every time they come in, they be trying to save. But think it don't wanna be saved, no way, no way. All right, is the mic still popping? I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I have no idea what happened to the microphone.
Okay, my screen.
Huh?
Screen is messed.
Yeah, I don't know. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, the guest box is open.
This microphone is gonna get on my damn nerves. And I was getting ready to buy another one, then the echo and stopped. Like, I don't know. I don't know if it's TikTok Studio or what. I'm not that close up on the mic. I think this person joined the live the other day and they were a whole ass problem. They were a troll. I don't know. Is the echo gone though? Thank you, Mika. Omnidor?
Hi,
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing swell. How are you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age, please?
I'm 35.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I have done the opposite of deconstructing. I'd say I've reconstructed.
So you are a believer in the God of the Bible?
Yeah.
Okay. And what are your thoughts? Which topic did you want to discuss?
Well, the top one is, did God withhold the knowledge of good and evil from Adam and Eve to protect them or to control them?
Give me just a second, y'all. If only some people are hearing static, then it's not me. It's not my mic. It's got to be TikTok. So I don't know. I wish I could help with that, but I can't. YouTube says that it's fine. If it's only happening with some people, it's not me. Which topic did you want to discuss?
The top one about God, the knowledge of good and evil.
Okay. What are your thoughts on that?
My thoughts on that is that God didn't withhold the knowledge of good and evil from Adam and Eve. He literally put it within the equations of the universe that they would be disobedient, which is the definition of evil. So they couldn't have known what evil was until they were disobedient. So he gave them one rule and they broke it, and by doing that they learned what good and evil was.
That doesn't make any sense, right? Because if he's God, he wanted them to know what good and evil was. All he had to do was tell them. He didn't have to write some code and put it into, the equations of the universe. Set them up to disobey in order for them to learn. Like, that makes absolutely no sense.
Well, you couldn't just tell them, because
Why not?
You can't just tell a child that fire is hot. They're not going to know that fire is hot.
You can tell a child not to do something, right? Like, you can say, don't do X, Y, don't ever disobey me because mommy has your best interest at heart. If you go out and you talk to strangers, you could get kidnapped. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it seems like you're struggling with what it means to know something.
No, I'm not. He told them not to gain the knowledge of good and evil, which is a moral consciousness.
He didn't tell them not to gain the knowledge of good and evil.
He did. He told them not to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, which would give them a moral conscience. Without eating from that tree, they had no moral conscience. They were naked and vulnerable. And that word there in Genesis 2 in Hebrew refers to them, to their lack of knowledge. It's the opposite of what the serpent had. And they were okay and happy being oblivious. So he told them that he told them the day that they gained their own moral conscience, they would die.
Yeah, and I just explain why all that is true, is that they would learn disobedience and they would become mortal due to that.
First off, he lied to them. He gave them a warning, right? Not a command. It wasn't a thou shalt not ever eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Don't ever disobey me. Disobeying me is wrong, or disobeying me is a sin. Do everything I tell you to do. That was never said to them in this story. What he said was, if you touch the stove, you're going to get burnt. Or if you touch the stove, you won't get burnt. right? That's not a law. That's a warning. And he lied because they did not die the day they ate of that tree.
That's not what it says. It basically says
That's
that they
exactly
would
what it
be
says.
they would be damned to be damned.
No, it
In the
does not
Hebrew,
say that.
that's what it actually says.
Do
It
you
says
read
that
Hebrew?
on that day you will be damned.
Hold on. Do you read Hebrew?
Yeah.
Okay, let's bring it up. And I want you to show me which word says damned. I'm going to bring up the Hebrew.
It's very common, this phrase, by the way.
It's okay. It's okay. We're going to bring up the Hebrew, and I want you to show me which word in Hebrew means damned. Like, which word are you referring to?
Oh, good. You're using Sepharia. So in the rabbinic commentary, it also says this.
No. You said in the Hebrew, it says, on that day you would be damned. So go ahead and read it for me.
Well, the word is maut.
Oh, it's
Maut
not.
to maut.
Which word is mouth to mouth? Which word is it? Can you read this? Can you read all of it?
I'm pretty sure it's the last words. Well, let's see. It's really small there.
Read all of it. Okay, I'll put it in. I'll bring it up really big for you. Hold on. There we go. All right. Now, read it in the Hebrew for me.
Let's see. The last words there are exactly what I said. Maut to maut.
Which one?
The last.
No, read the whole thing in Hebrew. Read the entire. No. I want you to read the whole thing.
Your lapdog, okay?
No, it's okay. It's okay. I want you. No, because you're telling me what something means in Hebrew. I want to check that you can read Hebrew. So, like, read it from the beginning.
Okay. How about can you tone yourself down a little bit? I don't want you.
No, I don't know. No, you're in my space. If you can't handle it, you can leave the stage.
Well, I mean, if you're going to have a panic attack, then I don't need to be in your space.
I mean, then you're the one having the panic attack. Like, you're freaking out because of the tone of my voice, because I'm asking you to prove that you can read Hebrew.
Yeah, you're going on a tangent because you
prove that you can read Hebrew. Go ahead and read the Hebrew, please.
Like I said, it says mouth to mouth. It's a very common
that mouth to mouth is moot to moot. It's not mouth to mouth. It is moot to moot, and it says u me'et ha da'at tov.
What does mouth to mouth mean?
Vara. I'm sorry, I'm reading Hebrew right now. Vara lo to call menu ki biom akalaka. Stop. Akalaka menu moot to moot. That's what it says in Hebrew. That's what it says in Hebrew. And it does not say you will be damned at all. It says dying, you will die. That's what it says. You don't even read Hebrew.
Well, I know what it says. And first
no, you don't.
It was written in pictographs. And the pictographs explain more.
No, it was not. No, it wasn't. It was not.
Yes,
no, it wasn't. No, it was not.
Moses didn't write.
Nothing was written in Paleo. None of this was written in Paleo script. That's not true.
All of it was written in Paleo script.
No, it was not. We only have a few inscriptions in Paleo script, and it ain't Genesis. No, it was not. We have the Misha Stele. The Misha Stele was in Paleo script, and a few verses of Samuel. None of this was written in Paleo script. No, it was not.
It is in Paleo script.
No, where is it? Where is it? The Dead Sea Scrolls was not written in Paleo script. By the time the Dead Sea Scrolls was written, pull it up. Pull it up and turn your camera on. Let's see it.
You can pull up images.
Yeah, pull it up. Pull it up.
I've already done this, so you'll need to do this.
Then get the resource.
You wouldn't be arguing that I was wrong.
Then get the resource. Then get the resource. Show me the Dead Sea Scrolls in Paleo script. Show me the Dead Sea Scrolls in Paleo Hebrew.
Sounds like you're having a panic attack again.
Because you're lying.
I'm not lying.
Yeah, you are lying for your Jesus.
With someone,
you're lying. Then show the resource. Show the resource. Stop just saying shit. Give me the resource. Give me the resource. Give me the resource of the Dead Sea Scrolls in Paleo Hebrew. The crazy thing is that the Dead Sea Scrolls is from a Qumran sect that came after they started speaking Aramaic. Like, you are fucking lying. You are lying. You are a liar. Like, why does Jesus' children lie so much? Like, in order for y'all to defend this book, you have to become a liar. You have to be the thing that you claim that your God is not. You have to be the thing that you claim your God died to save you from doing. Like, why? Like, why can't you just accept, right, what is out there?
Okay.
Do you go around just saying this shit to people? Like, do you? No. Answer my question. Do you go around just lying to people and just saying this shit to people, and then people not asking you to back it up with 3 sources? Like, do you do this every day?
Most people don't melt down and have panic attacks when.
I don't care what. Listen. Let me tell you something, okay? I could give less than 2 fucks
like
about your ad hominems. I could give less than 2 fucks about your ad hominems, about your remarks about my tone of voice, about my aggression, about my passion, about the fucking curse words that I say. I could give less than 2 fucks, okay? Now you can either answer my questions, or leave if I'm too fucking much for you. Quite frankly, I'm tired of your crying.
You're primitive.
Do you just go around lying in Jesus' name all day?
Are you banned from?
Do you just go around lying? I mean, answer the question.
Africa?
Answer the question.
No,
answer the question. Do you just go around? Yeah. Like, why did you just lie?
Opposed to lying.
Why did you just lie? Why did you just lie in the name of your Jesus then?
Have a panic attack.
Then why did you just lie in the name of your Jesus? I just want to know that. You did. You lied.
No, you're just having a panic attack.
You just lied. There are no Dead Sea Scrolls written in Paleo Hebrew. That's a lie. So that is a lie. There are no Dead Sea Scrolls written in Paleo Hebrew. You are lying.
You think that Leviticus was written in Block Hebrew? That was invented in the time of Ezra.
Why the fuck are you asking me about Leviticus?
You think
Genesis why are you asking me about Leviticus?
You think Genesis was written after Leviticus? Is that what you
Genesis? Like what the fuck does that have to do with Paleo Hebrew?
Well, you were saying that it wasn't written in Paleo script. You're saying
it wasn't.
That it was written.
It wasn't.
Okay, then I'm addressing your
But
claim.
Again, I'm Omni-doer, or I'm gonna start calling you Omni-liar, because you have told a shitload of lies. Like your level of lies is about the level of Yahweh's presence. You have told a shitload of lies. Okay, and now what I am asking you to do, since you are claiming, hey, if you're not wrong, Omni-liar, provide your resource. If you're not wrong, provide your resource. That's all I'm asking.
You can't
provide your resource. Where is the source? Where's the source?
One can look at the images.
Where is the source?
One can look at the
source.
You have Google right in front of you.
Source.
Well, you won't pull it up.
Give me the source.
Why?
Give me the source, and I will pull it up.
Why are you acting?
Give me the source, and I will pull it up.
You have it right in front of you. You have the internet.
Give me the source. What source? Yes, this is your claim. Give me the source, and I will pull it up.
First off,
give me the. Okay, cool. I'm having a tangent. Great. I'm having a tangent. Cool. Now, give me the source.
Because I'm civilized.
Give me the source. Give me the source, and I'll pull it up.
How about this? How about you answer my
question? How about you give me the source and I will pull it up? How about you give me the source that the Dead Sea Scrolls was written in Paleo Hebrew and I will pull it up?
Just Google it. What is wrong with
you? No, that's your claim. What source? What source do you have? It's your fucking claim. What source do you have for that? It's your claim.
Just Google it. You can Google it.
Then what did you Google? Then what did you Google and tell me and I'll pull it up.
Google the Dead Sea Scrolls image.
I'm not Googling no fucking Dead Sea Scrolls. What source did you use? What source? What source did you? You don't have any fucking evidence, just like you don't have any evidence of your fucking God. And that's why y'all have to lie so fucking much. Like y'all, all y'all do is lie for Jesus. That's all y'all do. We ought to start calling y'all Christian liars.
Oh no,
that's what y'all are. Y'all ain't Christians. Y'all are Christian liars. Christian liars. Y'all need to put that shit on a t-shirt, because that's what y'all have to do is fucking lie for your Jesus.
Wow.
It's fucking ridiculous. I heard him. He was trying to make me he was mad because he couldn't prove that shit. Like, I don't give a fuck about him calling nobody no fucking monkey. That's how they racist as fuck and liars. That's all they are. Miss Charlene, are you in the Auntie Charlene? Are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Katia. Oh my God! Hold on. Katia? Is it Katia? Are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Okay. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for messing your name up like that. I promise. Auntie Charlene, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? I think it's Ketchia or Ketchia. HKD. HKD, are you there? Y'all, if the audio is glitching, I'm sorry. I think you're gonna have to swipe out, swipe back in. We've gone through all kind of technical things today to try to see what's going on with the microphone. Some people are hearing static, some people are not. So that lets me know it's not me. It's got to be an individual thing. So I don't know how to fix that for you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Are you up here on purpose or on accident? Okay, I'm taking it down again. Like, I don't know why that keeps happening. All right. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. Is it Kachia? Hey, don't leave. Tell me how to say your name before you drop down.
It's Keisha.
Keisha.
Yes. I'm sorry. I'm not clicking anything. It just keeps popping up.
Oh, I don't know. TikTok is just throwing people into the guest box.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. I'm really enjoying it. Thank you.
All right. Have a good one.
You too.
All right. Keisha. Okay. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. Keep tapping the screen. Yeah, like I didn't, because I'm trying to read it and I'm like.
Yeah, I didn't see that either.
Keisha. That's a pretty way to spell it, though. I did not say ketchup. I said ketchup.
You said Kachia.
I did not say ketchup. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Man, the way these people just be lying and then like they turn racist and homophobic and like and you ask them for evidence. My brother asked me today, he was like, what would you say to someone who's thinking about deconstructing but they're scared? And I was like, he's like, how do you get them to wake up? And I said, I don't. And he's like, what do you mean? I said, the lives that I do is not to get people to wake up. I said, the lives that I do are for me. I said, I have the conversations and ask the questions that I'm really curious about, like the way believers think, and, you know, to challenge myself on what I think I know. I said, I hope to have a conversation with a believer that's able to challenge me, right? And really make me think about what I think I know. And he was like, damn. And he said he has a HKD. I'm not bringing you up again. You've come up twice tonight, and I don't want to hear your personal family conversation. I'm not bringing you up again. Please stop requesting. He said that a lot of people come to his live, like he has a live. He said a lot of people come to his live and be like, man, you thinker's brother. He said they'd be like, man, that girl demonic. Because I don't, because of the things that I talk about in here. And he said, I think people got you really confused. He's like, do you ever tell them the disclaimer that like you're trying to get challenged? And I said, yeah, I say it all the time. Like the conversations are a part of my deconstruction journey. But he was like, oh, he's like, I thought you was over there yanking people up out of their sleep. And I was like, I don't do that. Like when people come in here, they're voluntarily coming in here. Hold on, y'all. We're not at 100 shares. We 28 minutes into the stream. Like that ain't normal. I feel like the amount of shares sets the tone. Like it lets me know the type of night we're gonna have. And I don't want to have to shut down again early because I be sad. I be sad when I gotta shut down early. I'm shocked. Y'all not sleepy yet, right? I see you, Nina. Thank you. And God holds my dick. Thank you. Thank you, Coochie. But yeah, he said people be coming to his live and be like, man, your sister evil.
What?
Yeah. Yeah. He was like, but I know you. He's like, but I know you're not evil. I know you're not. I was like, I don't give a fuck what them people say about me. He said one thing they do say is that I'm consistent. He's like, one thing I gotta give her though is that she's consistent and she hadn't switched up since she started doing the live. And I was like, that's because I'm just me. Like I'm just me having conversations. This ain't no fucking character. Slipknot.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Don't mind my voice right now. I'm tired.
How old are you?
Like 16 right now. I'm turning.
You can't be on here. You can't be on here. You can't be on here. No. I do not talk to kids. This is an after dark live. You need to go to bed. Oh, goodness. Y'all, can we please get some real people in here? Some real guests. I don't know. I can't say your name. I'm not going to bring you up. I cannot say your name. It's in Arabic. This is for believers of the God of Christianity. So if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. Marjorie, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Ty had a really interesting live. There was a guy on there who was saying that he agreed with some things that Charlie Kirk was talking about. And then when we asked him what were the things that he agreed with, he said, well, he shared statistics on the things that I agreed with him on. And the thing that he said he agreed with him on was black fathers not being fathers to their children.
What?
And yeah, and why that being the reason that black families are the way that they are. And then when we, brought the statistics into question, he couldn't tell us like what statistics he was saying that he agreed with. And so when I brought up the statistics, I told him, I was like, they're literally only counting for, fathers in the house with the child. They're not counting for the fathers who have relationships with their children who don't live with their children. And I said that's a large number of black fathers who have relationships with their children that just don't live in the household with them. And I said, you're not taking into consideration either that there is a large number of white children without fathers and fathers that live in the house with their children that don't have a relationship with their children, not really parenting their children. And then he started like saying he don't understand why the world focuses on statistics so much. And he was like, you can't trust statistics. It's all fake. And I was like, wait, didn't you say that that's the reason why you agree with Charlie Kirk? Because he quoted statistics.
Damn.
Like what?
Oh, the pot calling the kettle black.
Makes no sense.
And he was one of those, let's all kumbaya. Jesus said, love love your neighbor as you love yourself. He was like, can we go back to the days where we just love one another and everybody just get along? And there was this creator on there named Simone, and she was like, when did that ever happen? She was like, wait, she said, you said go back to, when was it ever like that? And then he was like, you're right, it was never like that, but can we at least try to make it like that? I was like, okay. Yeah, he was.
I
He
know
was one
y'all
of
like,
those.
weren't y'all talking to some girl? I came in for a few minutes
We was talking
and I
with
think she
girl that
dropped out or something.
the one that came up to separate herself from the drunk at the bottom. There was two drunk Christians on the panel. We put them on the bottom. Yeah, we call it the bottom row, the bottom pew, because the two that were like tipsy in a motherfucker, they had gotten into the communion wine. They were on the bottom pew and showing their ass. Then there was one Christian. Yeah, it was like 7, 8 o'clock. Then there was one Christian who came up to separate herself because it's about relationship, not religion. Anybody can claim to have a relationship with Jesus, or anybody can claim to be a Christian and only have religion. Like, literally came up to just say that, right? And I'm asking her, like, what good did that do? Like, that didn't benefit anybody but you, right? To come up and separate yourself from her. And then I asked, she was like, it did help. Okay, what did it do? She then started doing what this last guy did. Like, they start all the ad hominems when you ask them to like prove to you what they're saying, right? They're so used to people just taking their word, right? And not having to actually back up anything. And she ended up leaving because she didn't like the fact that we called her out on that. Like, you came up to make yourself look morally superior and separate yourself from your drunk Christian sister at the bottom.
Yeah, I was. That's the part I heard, and I was there through the whole time.
Yeah, it was crazy. Jay?
Hey, what's up?
Hi, how are you?
I'm alright. How are you?
I'm good. Can I get your age, please? Let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist.
I'm 24. I am a Christian.
All right. And which topic did you come up to discuss?
I'm open if you want to pick a topic.
I don't ever do that. There's 2 topics on the board. You see that on the post?
Let's go with the alternative.
Okay. What are your thoughts on
Can I get your dialogue about why Jesus would be a problem for humanity with his teachings?
that? Yeah, I can do that for you. I normally don't. Let me ask you a question right quick. Is there a reason why you can't answer whether he is a problem or a solution until you know how I think about it?
No, I mean, I can. I just got here. I wasn't like here for any of the previous discussions
You're the first. You're the first.
Oh.
Yeah, no one's discussed that topic tonight.
So with the teachings of Jesus, I don't see how there can be any bad rhetoric. Love your neighbor as you would love yourself, where no one who loved themselves would do harm to themselves. Even the teachings that follow the prophets that came after him, Ephesians 5:25, wives submit to your husbands, husbands submit to your wives, just as Christ died for the church, i.e. being willing to die for the woman that you claim you love. Then there's the historical context where Christian civilization has been proven to benefit societies more than hurt them, and non-Christian societies have been more problematic for the world than Christian societies.
Like what? Like what non-Christian society that's been more problematic for the world?
So would you agree that there would be And this isn't to like cause hate, but it's just like one example. Would you agree that there would be an age limit for people to have relations?
Wait, you said society. You said non-Christian society. What
Yes.
society has been more problematic?
I can go into that. Would I be able to get an answer to the question? Would you believe that
No.
there would be?
No. You're asking me a question after I've asked you one, right? So I just need you to name the society that you're talking about. What society?
Let's do Middle East, for example.
That's been more problematic for the world? How does the Middle East affect you here in America?
I mean, globally we have trades. Globally we have wars. Globally we even have religious wars.
You? Yeah, but how is it affecting you?
To be fair, that wasn't the initial question. It was just where in the world or what society.
No. You didn't say where in the world. You said you said non-Christian societies have been more problematic for the world. How has the Middle East been more problematic for the world?
Terrorism.
How?
9/11 overtaken countries up until 1924 when the Ottoman Empire was defeated.
What country did they overtake?
A lot of the Middle East was originally Christian up until
and
about
that's in the Middle East, right? Not the world. That's one area. Where is Christianity? Is Christianity only in America?
Christianity is global.
That would be the world.
I mean, in Africa, there are Christians being persecuted every day by Muslim terrorists.
Hold on. But Christianity would be global. That would be the world, right? That would be the world, right? Don't type in caps in my comments, Taylor.
Yes, I can agree that Christianity is in the world.
No. It's global. That Christianity affects the world because it's global, right? Christianity has colonized, not to a degree. Christianity has colonized a large portion of the earth. In fact, Christianity, in the name of Christianity, over 257 million people have lost their lives due to religious wars fought in the name of Christianity. You know how many people have lost their lives due to religious wars fought in the name of Allah?
Which religious wars, if you don't mind me asking?
Sure. Let's go to the list and bring them all up for you.
I feel like you're going to say the Crusaders as one of them.
No, I don't have to do that. I definitely don't have to do that. I'm going to bring up a list of all the wars. All right, let's see here. See if I can make this bigger. This is the body counts. This is about as big as I can make it and still be able to scroll. Oh, no, I gotta go. Okay, this is the body count. Well, I don't think you're gonna be able to see it from the stage, but I think the people in the audience can see it. So World War II fought for in the name of Christianity. 55 million to 72 million people death toll. The People's Republic of China from 1949 to 1975. I'm sorry, that's not right. That's not Christianity. World War I fought 1914, 1918. 15 million to 66 million people died. The extermination of Native Americans, 13 million to 16 million. The Russian Civil War, 1917, 1922, 5 million to 9 million body count. Conquest of Menelik II in Ethiopia, 1882 to 1898, 5 million body count. Congo Free State Colonial War, 1885 to 1908, 4.5 million to 12 million body count. The Second Congo War, 1998 to 2000, 3.8 million to 5.4 million body count. The Napoleonic Wars, 3.5 million to 6 million body count. The 30 Years' War, 1618, 1648, 3 million to 8 million body count. The Korean Wars, 1950, 1953, 2.5 million to 5 million 40 body count. French Wars of Religion, 1562 to 1598, 2 million to 4 million body count. The post-war expulsion of Germans, 1945 to 1947, 2.1 million to 3 million body count. The Mexican Revolution, 1910 to 1920, 1 million to 2 million body count. The Crusades, 1095 to 1272, 1 million body count. The 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763, 868,000 to 1.4 million body count. The Rwandan Civil War, 1990 to 1994, 800,000 to 1 million body count. The Congo Civil War, 1991 to 1997, 800,000 body count. The Great Irish Famine, 1845 to 52, 750,000 to 1.5 million body count. The Iraq War, 2003 to at that time it said to the present, 614,000 to 1.1 million body count. The Russian Circassian War from 1763 to 1864 600,000 to 1.5 million body count. Algerian War of Independence, 1994 to 1962. Like, I could keep going. Like, the list is long. Oh, he left. Damn, when did he leave? And what number? What number did he leave? When did he leave?
I was washing my hands. I didn't see him leave.
That's crazy.
He left right after the last two.
Oh, he said it dropped him. Hold on, he said it dropped him. Are you back in the box?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I mean, I genuinely was listening, and next thing I know, I'm just in the audience.
I saw you on Teacup one moment. Were you Googling while I was? Because if you go on Teacup for a long time, TikTok will drop you if you don't come back to the live. How long were you on Teacup? Were you on Google or something?
I mean, to be honest, kind of.
Okay, so when you go on Google and you don't come back to the live, TikTok does drop you if you're gone for a long time. I don't know how long you were gone though. Yeah.
I mean,
So,
I was
but
just
but I
looking
could.
into the first few reasons that you said.
I didn't give reasons. I gave wars. But
Yeah, wars.
yeah,
Okay.
this is a document that was put together. It's a scholarly document that was put together by Navid S. Sheikh at the University of Louisville, the Royal Beit Institute for Islamic Thought at the University of Louisville, and they researched the history of all of the religious wars and the body counts for each Abrahamic religion, or just religions in the world. So they have the Islamic body count, they have the Buddhist body count, anti-theist body count, but Christianity has the largest religious war and body count, upwards 257 million since its inception.
So, what was the cause for World War One?
What are you asking me that for? It was what?
I mean, you said that it was a Christian war. What was the cause for World War One?
Fighting for the Jewish people and getting rid of Hitler.
No, Hitler came in the Second World War. Hitler wasn't even around for this.
Oh, I don't know. What was the cause of World War One?
The assassination of someone from Austria-Hungary.
Okay.
Which then different nations joined the world by way of allies, which could tie into
Hold
Christianity
on, let me
thing,
see.
and
Let me
then
see. Let me look and see why he say World War One is Christian. Hold on.
I mean, historically, it wasn't started because of Christians. Historically,
We didn't say that it was started for it.
but you list this as a war with the highest body count
they
because
list
of
it
Christians.
as a war. No. They do. They list it as a war for Christians.
So, are you familiar with the Islamic views on Jews and Christians?
I am. But they also give the body count for Islam, and it's pretty high too. They're not biased in this, and this is an educational document. This is a scholarly document
And
at
what's
a
the body count
university.
for? Sorry. Just a
Over
question.
10, over 10 million for Islam. Over 10 million. Not 200 million like Christianity.
So, what was the cause of World War II?
I already told you that. I already told you that. And
Could
then
you
on top of
remind me of
that,
the answer?
hold on. And then on top of that, let's take out World War One and World War Two, right? Let's talk about the extermination of the Native Americans, 16 million. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the 30 Years' War, 8 million. Let's talk about the 7 Years' War, which we know that was Christianity. That had to do with Christianity. What was the 7 Years' War?
If it's unbiased, I think the only one that could be confirmed would be the Crusades.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Like, you don't know about the extermination of the Native Americans in North and on the land that you are on?
Was that not Christopher Columbus?
And did he not say that that was he not a Christian? Did he not say that this was the land that God gave the new chosen as New Jerusalem?
God?
What you mean, which God? The God in that book? The same God in the same book that you read, who has the same name, Jesus, that you say? Like, I don't know why y'all say this. Y'all play this game like he doesn't serve the God you serve. Y'all are saying the same name. Y'all are reading the same book. And if y'all make this claim that there is power in the name of your Jesus, if you can say that Christopher Columbus can say Jesus' name and you say Jesus' name and nothing happens when Christopher Columbus says it, but something happens when you say it, that doesn't make any daggone sense.
No. What I'm saying more so is the teachings and commandments that actually come from Jesus, did he follow? Because Jesus says, love your neighbor, he struck his neighbor.
Yes, he did. He did, because Jesus's neighbors were Israelites, and Jesus was an Israelite supremacist. Jesus put the Israelites first. The Israelites were superior to all other humans on earth. So when he was talking to his Israelite brothers and sisters, he was telling them to love an Israelite like they love themselves. And Christians took that. And in the early Christian movement, it was love a Christian the way you love yourself. And then it's been reinterpreted today to just mean love everybody. But it did not originally mean that.
So how did Jesus treat the Gentiles?
He called them dogs.
Did Jesus heal Gentiles? Did Jesus preach to Gentiles? And did Jesus
He did not
command
preach
his
to
followers?
Gentiles. He did not preach to Gentiles. He did heal the daughter of a Gentile woman after dehumanizing her and calling her a dog and saying to her, I only came for the lost sheep of Israel. What I have belongs to the children. And when she said, yes, I am a dog, and dogs eat the crumbs from their master's table, he said, good girl, you could not have known that except you had faith. And he said, go, your daughter is healed. And then he healed the daughter. No, you don't tell me to wait. Like, you don't tell me to wait.
I'm asking for context.
No. When I finish, then you can ask for context. Right? It's very rude, especially when you are a guest, right? It's very rude for you to think that you can tell me to wait when I'm talking. The second Gentile that he healed was the Roman centurion's slave. But the reason he did it was because the Jewish elders vouched for the Roman centurion and told Jesus, he's worthy for you to do this because he is for us. He helped us rebuild the synagogue. And the reason he told Jesus that is because the Gentiles were under a ban. They were under a harem ban. They didn't intermingle or intermix with the Israelites. The Israelites didn't intermingle with them. Now you can ask your question.
So are you familiar with the context of why Jesus said dog?
Yeah, I just told you why.
So what were Gentiles referred to at the time?
I told you that already. Like, I don't know. Did you want me to say something different? I already told you that. They were dogs. They were unclean. They were not Israelites. The Israelites were superior. The Israelites were chosen.
What was her response to being called dog?
I already told you that.
Because the emphasis goes into being called it because that's cultural and that's what they were referred to.
Was it cultural for white people to call black people niggers?
Yes.
Okay, so should black people be like, yes, boss, I'm a nigger? And be happy about it?
Were there good white people that called black people niggers still?
Good white people? Did you not hear my question? Should black people have laughed it up and said, yes, boss, I's a nigger? And be happy about it? Just because it was cultural.
No.
Right. So why do you expect that for her?
Because of the reason that she went to him in the first place.
Okay. If a black person went to a white supremacist for bread and he said, my bread is only for white folks. And he says, I don't give bread to niggers. And she says, yes, Mr. White Supremacist, I's a nigger, but my baby need to eat. And don't the niggers eat the crumbs from the white folks' table? And he says, oh, you nigger, you couldn't have known that except you had faith in Jesus Christ, the Lord and Savior, Charlie Kirk. And then he threw her a piece of bread.
That's a false equivalency.
How so?
So historically, who do people claim Jesus is?
How? Oh, no, wait. How is that a false equivalency? She went to Jesus and to ask for healing, right? For her child. In my scenario, the mother went to a white supremacist to ask for food for her child. Jesus, who was an Israelite supremacist, who saw himself and his people as superior to Gentiles, called her a dog. The white supremacist, who sees himself as superior to all other races on earth, called her a nigger. The Gentile woman says, yes, Savior, Lord Jesus. Or she didn't even say Savior. She said, yes, Master, I am a dog. And don't the dogs eat the crumbs from their master's table? The black lady in my scenario says, yes, I'm a white supremacist. I was a nigger. And don't the nigger eat the crumbs from the white supremacist table? And then Jesus looks at her and says, great is your faith. Actually, in Mark, Matthew cleaned it up. But in Mark, Jesus said, boy, I tell you, because you said that, go, your daughter is healed. It sounds like something similar, like a white supremacist would say, boy, I tell you, these niggas are like some they are kind of smart there. Because you said that, go, here, take this piece of bread and go and feed your little nigga child. How is it different?
Because you're equivocating food to healing.
It doesn't matter.
Can a white supremacist heal miraculously?
It doesn't matter. A person has to eat to live. A person has to be healed to live. It does not matter.
So you can't live with illness?
You can't live without eating, can you?
But can you live with illness?
Yes, you can. There are a lot of people living with illness today. Yes, you can.
So the healing was not necessary.
How are they different?
Because you can live with illness where you don't need a healing. You can't live without food.
Oh, so he dehumanized her for something that he could have just done anyway. Huh? He dehumanized her and called her a dog for something he could have just done. Like, he didn't even do anything really. He just said, "Go, your child is healed." Like, he tells Matthew, whoever the disciples are with him, like, "Man, I ain't got time for her." Like, he literally ignores her when she's calling after him. He ignores her. And then the disciples is like, "Should we shoo her away? Because she keep calling after us." And he like, "Man, I ain't come for her no way. I only came for the lost sheep of Israel." And she kept pursuing him. And then when she bowed down before him, he's like, "It's not fair for me to give the children's food to dogs." He dehumanized her. He rejected her more than once. And until she admitted that she was an inferior being to the Israelites, he would not heal her child. She accepted crumbs, which is interesting, because when we get back to the topic, right, of Jesus, is Jesus a problem or a solution to humanity? I do see him as a problem.
And
There aren't, well, one, there are a lot of marginalized people willing to accept crumbs just
so
to
are
be at the
people
table.
Jesus?
Today, yes. Yep. You all carry this Jesus in your heart and in your mind. Yes. You are the representation of this Jesus. This is why y'all try to separate yourselves from people who claim Jesus and you don't agree with them, because they represent Jesus, because Jesus ain't on earth. Jesus don't be popping up at nobody's dinner table, walking down the street. He and y'all. Are you there?
My bad, I got a little battery thing pop up. Literally was talking. So you wouldn't say that Jesus couldn't represent himself and then people could falsely represent him?
How is he representing himself on earth today?
Is Jesus a historic figure?
No, not to me. There's no evidence of a Jesus. It's possible, it's plausible that there was a human that lived who lied and claimed to be the Jewish Messiah in the Hebrew scriptures and built a cult and then got killed by Rome for starting a religion without permission. It's very plausible. It's more plausible to say, okay, a human lived and did that, than to argue. Like, I don't care if Jesus lived or not. You all claim that he was the Messiah and that he rose from the dead and that he's now your God and he's doing all of these miracles on earth. That's what I care about. I don't care if a God exists. I don't argue that shit. What can your God do? What is your Jesus doing today? These claims that y'all make. Come to the middle with me. And the middle is earth. The middle is life, reality.
I mean, to get to the middle, you would have to get away from your bias. Scholarly,
No, what bias?
is
What
there a
bias?
scholar? Is there a scholarly consensus?
I said I don't care if your Jesus existed. That is the stupidest argument to me. That changes nothing. I will give you that he lived. I don't care to argue that. I want to know what he's doing today. He is now God. He is now this divine Holy Spirit that you guys are claiming that does miracles and heal and does all. What is he doing today?
That's a heavily conflated question.
How? Y'all like to be on the outskirts. Like, y'all like to argue mundane shit. Like, who cares if he lived 5,000, 3,000, 4,000 years ago? Who cares if some big guy in the sky created the earth? What is he doing today?
So can we get back to my original point of societies?
This is the point. What is he doing today? What is he doing?
To those who believe, a lot.
What? And then if he's doing something, why do you have to believe he's doing it? Like, you don't have to believe I'm talking right now, do you? Like, I'm doing it. You can hear it. There's evidence that I'm talking. There's over 384 people in the room can hear me talking. They don't have to believe it. They can not believe I'm talking, and my ass will still be talking, and they will still hear it. Why do you have to believe that Jesus is doing something?
Truthfully, I feel like this would just go into your bias, where anything that I say just won't matter.
What bias? I'm asking you questions, and you're running away from them.
So then what fair question are you asking?
What is your Jesus doing today?
In what sense are you
In the
asking the
sense
question?
that you claim that he exists, that you claim he is God, that you claim he's working miracles. And I asked you, why do I have to believe he's working miracles if he's actually working them?
So then what is a miracle?
It is a supernatural event, something that is done by a supernatural force.
So do you believe in a supernatural force to begin with?
Why do I have to believe is my question. If a supernatural entity is doing something, then I should be able to just see it done. Why do I have to believe it?
Because it's a false equivocation when you say you don't believe in a God, nor do you care to believe in one. Where it has no bias,
if a God is doing something, why do I have to believe the God is doing something? He's either doing it or he's not. I shouldn't have to be convinced that a God is doing something. You don't have to be convinced that your mom gave birth to you. She did. You don't have to be convinced that the sun is going to shine, that the sun is going to give you daylight every day. It does.
So then would it be a fair equivocation for you to say that the Christian that says that they experience Jesus supernaturally, would that be biased towards them, or would that have no bearing towards you?
And I'm going to ask you, how do you experience Jesus supernaturally?
In spirit.
And that means what?
Something that's tangible to the believer themselves.
And that means what? Because all I hear right now is just a bunch of vague words.
A divine turnaround in people's lives, people going from being criminals to being preachers, people from going to be drug addicts who openly say they wouldn't stop, to becoming sober and preaching apologetics. Divine intervention and divine change in the believer's life.
So Jesus made that change, or did a person make that change because they were motivated by the teachings of Jesus? Which one?
Why would it have to be either or? It can't be both. To learn about
what did Jesus do? What did Jesus actually?
Hold
on. No. What did Jesus actually do to turn this person's life around?
Died and resurrected 3 days after, so we can have peace with God.
So nothing. Because again, you're talking about
anyone rose from the dead?
Hold on. I already gave you that he rose from the dead. What is he doing today? Because what you just stated was a person being motivated by a 2,000-year-old story. What did your Jesus do in 2025 to help a person turn their life around? Because all I hear is that a person did the work and they used Jesus's story of him dying on the cross and rising again as motivation.
And how could that not be evidence for what he's doing?
He's not doing anything. The human did the work.
Through what inspiration? Of who?
I don't know. A human could read Harry Potter and feel inspired. You know how I got off of D-Rugs, Jay? You want to know how I got off?
In the analogy you gave,
No,
you
Jay. Do you want
pointed it
Jay?
to the believer.
Jay, do you want
Now
to know
you're
how
pointing to
I? Do you
yourself.
want? Yep, I am. Do you want to know how I got off of D-Rugs? You want to know what my motivation was, Jay?
What?
My father. Me not wanting to disappoint him anymore, and the sound in his voice when he called me and I was high as hell. The disappointment in his voice was my motivation.
Do you want to know what my motivation was?
I'm sure it was Jesus.
So then what's the difference between the two?
There is none, Jay. That's my point.
So both of us did it for forces outside of ourselves. You would say it's your father.
We both did it for a reason that motivated us. There is no difference. My dad was my motivation. I got off D-Rugs. Jesus was your motivation. You got off D-Rugs. We both did the work, Jay. We both went through withdrawals. We both changed our environments. The difference is Jesus didn't help me. You're giving Jesus credit for the shit that you did. That's the difference.
So was your motivation you or something outside of you? Being a causing factor.
I already told you that. I don't know why you asked me the same question that I've already told you the answer to.
Because you give false equivocations. You ask me personally, what does Jesus do? I say motivate and inspire.
No, you didn't say motivate and inspire. Hold on. You did not say motivate and inspire. Those were my words. You said Jesus changed your life. And I asked you, what did Jesus do? Because what I hear is what you did. I haven't heard Jesus do anything.
In dedication to who?
You dedicated it. You did, Jay. Jay dedicated his sobriety to Jesus. Jesus didn't do anything.
I guess that's an agree to disagree.
Sure.
I mean, I tell you a personal testimony and you just deny my answer based on a personal bias again.
I denied your answer? You didn't tell me that. You didn't say Jesus did a thing. You literally said that you used his story, that he died on the cross for your sins, as motivation to get clean. I said, okay, great. My motivation was my dad. You asked me what is the. You asked me. Yes, you did say that. And you asked me what.
I did not say a 2,000-year-old story about a man dying.
But you said you used Jesus's death and resurrection to get clean. You asked me what's the difference between your story and mine, and I said absolutely nothing.
No, I said, do you want to know my story of how I got off? You said, let me guess, Jesus, and I said yes. I didn't say a 2,000-year-old story.
I asked you, what did Jesus do? You said he rose, he died for your sins. That is a 2,000-year-old story.
That's a different point.
That's not a different point. It's the same. You used Jesus' story as motivation. Like, why?
When I said that point,
hold on, stop talking while I'm talking. Stop talking while I'm talking. All of this freaking whining, right? Over you won't accept my testimony and accept it as belief that Jesus actually exists and is actually doing something in the world is crazy. Like, I'm not going to let you try to force me to believe a thing, right? That I do not see. I see Jay, a human who did a really hard thing, right? And I commend you for it because it is hard. I see that you used Jesus and the Bible and the story that you were told as motivation to get clean. Kudos for you. But I don't see Jesus doing anything to miraculously change Jay.
According to what?
According to your story, Jay.
Because I would not have gotten clean if it wasn't for Jesus.
Tell me, what did Jesus do? And you're right. You probably right. You probably would not have gotten clean if it wasn't for whatever belief you had in Jesus. I probably would not have gotten clean had I not wanted to stop disappointing my dad.
Are you familiar with what conviction is?
Yes, and my dad's voice convicted me that day to throw all of it in the fucking toilet right after I got off the phone with him.
Do you know where conviction stems from?
Yes,
Where?
from either wanting to reach a goal, from not wanting to disappoint somebody, from not wanting to be punished, and it's from not wanting to feeling guilty about something, feeling remorse about a thing. Yes, I do know what conviction is.
And at least personally, I'm saying my conviction directly came from wanting to draw closer to Jesus.
I gave you that. I said that. That's your motivation. But Jesus didn't
So,
do anything.
Jay, can I ask you a question?
mhm.
Let's take Jesus out of it for a minute. What did you do to get yourself clean?
Again, I feel like that's a false bias. I prayed, I read the Bible, and the more I read the Bible, the more convicted I felt. Because I felt like I was being a hypocrite to my belief in Jesus.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Is it fair to say... Go
Wait,
ahead.
hold on. I just want to wait. You were a believer and you were on drugs as a believer?
What's the problem with that?
Wait, I'm just trying to figure out, like, you had Jesus, but you needed drugs while you had Jesus?
In the start of my walk, I had my imperfections. And I felt more and more convicted that I was being hypocritical while I had received Jesus. Where Jesus
Right, but
was a big motivation into why I wanted to stop.
I
Because I
get
felt like a
it.
hypocrite to Jesus.
Right, but Jesus was with you while you were getting high?
I don't see where this is going in any kind of way. That's productive.
No, did you not just say that you were a believer while you were on drugs?
Yes, I gained faith miraculously in a bad moment.
You gained faith miraculously in a bad moment?
Yes.
What do you mean by that? You didn't have faith when you were a believer?
I grew up Catholic. I grew up in the church, and me actually starting my walk with God, I was at my lowest point.
And God let you stay at that lowest point and let you get on drugs?
No, I was into drugs. I got addicted to them. Well, let me actually say it.
While you were a believer?
No, before I was a believer.
No, you said that you felt like you were being hypocritical to your belief in Jesus, and that's what convicted you.
Respectfully, is more so to give context. Before my belief in Christ started, I had issues. I got addicted to drugs, to be respectful to your live, and because I'm seeing you using the word in that type of way, sounding it out. But yes, before my belief, I got addicted and found God during my bad moment.
So now you were not a believer while you were on drugs, and it wasn't you feeling like a hypocrite to your belief that convicted you?
Respectfully, there's a timeline that I'm drawing out where before I was a believer, I was on. Became a believer while I was on. As a believer, got off.
It sounds like your story just changed, but go ahead, Nelly.
Well, I mean,
Just
I was
wait,
just going to...
if
Go
I
ahead.
may, 1 second. Probably the last comment I'll say, and if it just ends up being the same point, I'll just drop it. I don't see how the timeline can change when I give context into the timeline to add more details to the timeline that I have in a personal, interchangeable story. Where I said once upon a time in the middle of my story, I had faith, I was on something, and then I got off of it. And then I give context before that to say that, well, before I had that belief, I was on this. I found God on this, and then finding God, I got off of this. I don't see how that's a contradiction.
Well, I mean, it's a whole ass contradiction, but you did change your story. But even still, right, you found God, and yet God left you on D-Rugs. And it was you who said, oh, I'm a hypocrite because I believe in Jesus. When you found Jesus, he didn't heal you as quickly as he did the Canaanite woman now, did he? It wasn't
But I got
miraculous.
healed.
But it
Oh,
wasn't
I'm sorry.
miraculous.
I thought you were done with my bad.
But it wasn't miraculous. Right?
It wasn't
You
instantaneous.
found God, right? You found God, you found Jesus, and you were still doing D-Rugs even after you found Jesus. And it took you, Jay, to say, oh, I'm being hypocritical to Jesus. Let me get off D-Rugs. It was you. Because Jesus was there all along and didn't do anything. That's my point.
Well, I mean,
I'll leave it.
I applaud you for for what you done for yourself and everything. Glad you got off D-Rugs and everything like that. But what I'm trying to say to you is this, and I'm just asking, is it possible that your belief in this God actually changed the perception of your reality, and you did the work to get yourself off of the D-Rugs? Is that possible?
So even if I go with that, wouldn't that perspective shift from this God be the determining factor of the shift?
I already said that. I literally said that
No,
was
no,
your motivation.
that literally was the question I'm asked. I don't see how
But
that
I
can
said
go
that
back
I don't
into
know
a
how many
rhetorical
times.
point.
But I said that I don't know how many times. That was your motivation, just like my dad was mine.
And I think that, and I'm just asking you to really critically think about this, because you can't tell me what Jesus actually done. You couldn't prove to me what Jesus done. You only can prove to me what you decided to do.
So do everyone on a day-to-day change their perspective miraculously?
Does what now?
Does
You didn't
everyone on
do
a
it
day-to-day?
miraculously, though. There was no miracle. You even just said yourself, it did not happen instantaneously. There was no miracle here.
I mean, belief is a very, very powerful tool, and when I said it can change the perception of your reality, that is a fact. And that's exactly what belief does. You can believe in anything. You can take God and Jesus and the Bible out of it. You can just stay in reality and believe in something so strong. You can believe in another person so strongly, it can change your perception. Like being in love with somebody. That changes people. But to literally say Jesus did it for you, no, you did that, Jay. And it's a shame that you don't want to give yourself the credit. You want to give it to an outside deity that you can't even prove. But we can look at Jay and show what Jay, how Jay put in the work, how Jay changed his life. And like I said, I'm happy that you did that. I really am.
Thank you.
But you're not giving yourself no credit. You're making it seem like some supernatural power came down and changed your life. No, Jay, that ain't what happened. You did the work, man. You decided. And you put your belief in something that, that's not there. But if that's what it took to change you, then hey, I'm all for it, bro. But at the same time, in the reality of it, you did it. It was a decision that Jay made.
Under what influence?
Doesn't matter what the influence is. Just like Thika told you, her influence was her father. You could be a player. Like I mean, I was a player, but I fell in love one time, and I wasn't a player no more. It changed me.
So then by that experience into a specific category, you can divinely change your perspective.
Okay, Jay, let's look at it this way. I hear every Christian say the same thing. And you got a personal relationship with God, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, show me where God has talked to multiple people at one time and they all heard the same thing.
The prophets in the Bible.
Show me where God talked to multiple people at one time.
So are you asking me to go grab Bob, Sarah, Tim, Tony, and get them to talk to you? Or are you asking me for an example?
Okay, what I'm saying is, are you married?
No.
Girlfriend, anything?
Girlfriend.
Okay, so you got a girlfriend. You and your girlfriend ever been sitting there and God said something to both of y'all and both of y'all heard the same thing?
Wouldn't be able to say that.
I know you can't say that because every Christian has a personal relationship with God. It's the God that they have created in their mind and the perception of the God that they have in their mind. Why do you think there's 45,000 different religions? I mean, Christianity, denominations. Christianity. Why do you think that?
So would that be a God problem or a man problem with interpretation?
You know what? It's a man problem because every last one of y'all got a different perception of God in your head.
But do these 45,000 denominations agree congruently that Jesus died and resurrected?
Like I said,
I think that's a fair
certain
question.
things. Jay, listen. Okay, let me see if I can break it down in another way of reality for you. You go to church, right?
No.
You don't go to church?
No.
Have you ever been to church?
Yes.
Did you used to go to church frequently?
No.
You did, okay. And did they ever
I
have
used to go out preaching the gospel to people. I still read from the Bible to people, and people see it as the word of God.
That's all fine and dandy. That's all fine and dandy. So everybody in that church and everybody that's a Christian, they believe in the same God. The God of this Bible. They read the Bible, they read the same scriptures. It's all the same, correct?
Yes, their interpretations are not.
Okay, well, it don't matter. What I'm trying to get you to understand is this. Have you ever heard somebody give a testimony and then they say something about what God did this and God did that for them? And then right next to you, you heard somebody say, no, God didn't tell them to do that. My God would never tell them to do that.
So would that be a God problem or an interpretation problem with their understanding of who they believe God is?
You answering my question right now when you say that. You trying to throw it back on man. So it goes back to what I just said before, Jay. Every last one of y'all got a different God in your head. Now, things y'all can agree on. Yeah, he rose from the dead 3 days later. He died for our sins. Those things are simple things that all of y'all can agree on. But when God tells somebody else to do something and they tell you God said it, and if it don't fit in your mind what your God is, you gonna say God didn't tell him to do that. Just like that lady unalive her kids saying that God told her to do it. You gonna say that God didn't tell her to do that? She's crazy, or this, that, and the third. Now tell me you're not gonna say that. Did you hear what I said?
Okay, give me 1 second.
What did he say? You say what?
was having issues with my audio. Yeah, I heard what you said. And so I'd rather give my own opinion to how to respond to that. And I would say that depends on the God that they worship.
It's the same God, Jay. It's the same God that's in the Bible. If you ask them, did your God create the heavens and the earth? Yes, he did. Did Jesus die on the cross for your sin? Yes, he did. It's the same God, same Jesus, same characters. But if God tell somebody else something and it doesn't fit the description of the God that you have in your head, you're going to say God didn't tell him that.
Like, I really won't tell those of you that are saying it's not the same God. Like, explain to me how they are saying the same name when they pray.
Are you familiar with the Quran?
No.
The Quran has their own version.
No. We're not talking about the Quran. We're talking about people who are Christians. And they say
people
the same
the Quranic
name.
Belief
No. Why do you keep bringing up the Quran? We're talking about Christians. There are Christians who pray to Jesus. They're saying the same name you say. How are they not praying to the same God? Please help me understand that when they say the same name.
So if I was to give descriptions about Bob and say that Bob has 2 kids.
No. When they pray,
one second.
No, because you're going to change. No, you're not. When a white supremacist prays to Jesus Christ, and when you pray to Jesus Christ, how is it different?
The characteristics of who he is.
It doesn't matter. They're saying the name.
So again, like I was about to go into my analogy, the characteristics does matter.
When they pray, they say the same name. When they pray, do they say, Lord Jesus, the little short fat guy that sits on the left, not the skinny one that sit on the right, but the one named Jesus that's fat and short that sit on the left? Like, they say the same name. They say, Lord Jesus Christ. I'm trying to figure out how they're different when they pray. And they say the same name. What does characteristics have to do with a name?
Because 5 people could be named Tony, but only one of them can be who I'm talking about.
And if you are in a room with 5 Tonys and you say Tony, are they all going to turn around?
Yes, if I only leave it at Tony.
So when a person is praying, so there's multiple Jesus gods with power.
What?
Are there multiple? It's not, because you said there are 5 Tonys. Are there 5 Jesuses?
There are different people that they think is Jesus.
Are they 5 Jesuses?
To different people, yes.
So when they're praying to Jesus and Jesus is answering their prayers, that means that Jesus ain't the only Son of God?
False equivocation.
How is that a false equivocation?
Like I said, characteristics.
When they're praying, that means that there are multiple gods. That means that there are multiple gods. That means that there are multiple gods answering prayers, and they're all named Jesus.
That means that there's one true God and 4 false gods.
But they're multiple gods, and they're all named Jesus. That's the thing. They're all named Jesus. They're all named Jesus Christ. And they all died on the cross.
Again, that's just going to be an agree to disagree. I clarify.
I'm sorry. If they're praying, if they're praying and their prayers are getting answered, they're getting off of D-Rugs, using this same book, praying to this same God. They come in here and tell us these same damn stories, whole ass white supremacists. So I'm trying to figure out how y'all are praying to the same God, saying the same name, claiming the same miracles, and y'all think it's a different God.
I mean, you're just not gonna like the answer. It goes back to characteristics.
It doesn't matter if it's
What did this
characteristics.
person
That means
say?
that your God, that means your God ain't special. If their God can get them off of D-Rugs, and if their God can help them win wars, if their God can bless them with acres of land when they pray to Jesus, and your God can get you off of D-Rugs when you pray to Jesus, all of y'all God have the same power. Your God is fragmented.
Or there's a issue with your interpretation of who our God is.
I'm not asking you about the interpretation of who your God is. I'm talking about the name that y'all all say when you pray, and the name that you all claim miracles from. That's what I'm talking about. And if they're all saying that it's Jesus, right? And if they're praying to a false God, then you also have to explain to me why the devil would want to give your God glory, why the devil would want to give your God praise, why the devil would want people to worship your God. You would have to explain that to me. Why these false gods want people to worship your God.
Again, that question doesn't even make sense. Who would a
It
devil
makes.
be to God?
You are saying that these people who are saying Jesus' name are
Who
worshiping
would
a
a
different
devil
God.
be to
You are
God?
saying that these people who are
Your example does
saying
not
you
make
are
sense.
saying that these people who are praying to a Jesus are praying to a false Jesus.
Can we go back to what you just
But
said?
those
Who is the
people,
devil to
but
God?
those, stop fucking talking while I'm talking. Those people who are praying to a false Jesus are witnessing to people to worship Jesus. Stop talking while I'm talking. They're witnessing to people to believe that Jesus died on the cross. They're witnessing to people that Jesus can help them get off of D-Rugs. Yeah, that's what I figured. You couldn't answer that fucking question.
It never ceases to amaze me that they can't see that each one of them has a different God in their head. Now, they agree on certain things, but they have a different God in their head. And won't give themselves no credit. It was God. God did it for me.
Like he knew that there is no way, if y'all are praying and saying the same damn name, and they come in here and say Jesus helped them get off of D-Rugs, you're saying Jesus helped you get off of D-Rugs. Like how do y'all think they different gods? Y'all saying the same name, you're reading the same book, you're preaching the same stories. How are they different gods?
Is he coming up and just dropping?
That was somebody else.
Oh.
If you are a nerd in the guest box, please remember that I'm not gonna bring you up unless I see a comment from you. Bradford. Bradford.
I am so sorry.
That's okay.
You were in my pocket and I was walking around, so sorry about that.
That's okay. Have a good one.
You too.
Dan and Big Blue 89, are y'all in the box on purpose or on accident? I swear they be scared as hell to answer questions. I saw a live today of a believer. Earlier in the day, she had a live up and she was talking about how Christians shouldn't be joining these debates, right? And how the Bible can defend itself. And then I swear, an hour before I went live, she had gone live again, asking for unbelievers to join her live.
Wow. Wow.
Like, what? You went from Christians shouldn't be joining these lives to now you want to talk to unbelievers. Now you want to, like, what?
You know, I would love to see a question come up, and I would love to hear the response. And the question that I would like the Christians to answer is, What has Satan done to you? I would love to hear that.
You already know they're going to say everything. They blame Satan for everything in their life. That's just going to be one big ass complaint session, Nelly.
Yeah, it's going to be one big ass complaint session, but at the same time,
Not here.
explaining
We ain't finna be Christian therapy up in here. No.
Yeah, that's just, I mean, but I mean, I when I talk to Christians, I deal with that. You know, everything that's bad is blamed on Satan. Everything that's good is attributed to God.
Yeah.
I just don't understand. I don't understand that. When God is the creator of all things, so that don't make sense to me. It never has.
Y'all, the guest box is open. There's no, I think the 2 nerds that are in the guest box are in there on accident. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, all right, is all right a nerd? That picture looks familiar. I can't. Is that a nerd?
I don't know.
I'm asking Lala.
No.
No.
Let me double check.
I think they've been on the stage before though.
No, they're not a nerd.
All right. All right. I don't know. Their microphone is moving. I can't hear you. Mute and unmute. Is your microphone not working? I don't know. I saw the microphone moving. I don't know. Knowledge.
Who that is?
Did you come up on accident?
You said what now?
Did you come up on accident? Leviticus.
I didn't trip or fall.
What?
I didn't trip or fall.
Did you come on stage on accident
No,
or
I
on
pressed
purpose?
I pressed the button. I pressed the button. I pressed it.
So why you talking about some who that is? Like you didn't know that you was on stage.
Accident.
Like
I'm
literally
sure
when I said your name, knowledge, stop.
Okay,
Knowledge, quit. When I said your name, you tried to play dumb like you didn't know you was on stage talking about some who that is.
Pass it back.
What topic did you come up to discuss?
The first one.
Go ahead. Hold on. Leviticus Tech Degree. Can you DM it to me on Discord? I want to hear it.
Turn that off. Hey, pass my.
Go ahead, knowledge.
You said it's my turn now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Did God withhold? Okay, yeah, I agree with it.
You agree with what?
That he didn't give them knowledge of good and evil. Be nice.
Is that what it says, knowledge?
No, I'm saying I agree with it.
Now, what does the entire sentence say? The entire question say?
Did God withhold the knowledge of good and evil from Adam and Eve to protect them or control them? That's what it said. That's what it said.
And you felt like you answered that, knowledge.
Well, I'm just saying though, it's like a self-contradicting like effort to answer it in a sense. If you want an honest answer.
Okay, knowledge. Have a good night.
Self-contradicting?
I can't.
Yeah, by basically answering like in a sense of them being controlled or protected. In what sense?
Did you read the question?
I read it like twice.
So did God withhold the knowledge of good and evil from Adam and Eve to protect them or control them?
But I'm saying, did he give the knowledge to them, or did they take that without his permission?
Okay,
No,
the
just explain it to me. I'm trying
okay,
to
I'm
like.
gonna explain it to you.
All right,
The
go ahead.
question is, did God withhold the knowledge of good and evil from
Okay.
Adam and Eve to protect them or to control them? He told them not to eat from the tree of knowledge, right?
Right.
So why did he withhold that from them? Was it to protect them or to control them?
So to protect them, I would assume.
Did
Would be
you
my
just
answer.
read that? Did you just read that from the comments, knowledge?
I'm literally
Y'all do
based
not
off of
use
what
caps in the
Mr.
comments.
Nelson said.
Knowledge, hold on. Knowledge, hold on.
Yes, okay.
Guys, caps are for mods and people who have a vision impairment only. Please do not use caps. You will be muted by a mod after you've been warned the first time. So please don't do it. I want to read your comments. I love having y'all here. So just respect the space. Thank you so much for apologizing. I appreciate it. Go ahead, knowledge.
Yeah.
So
Go
you
ahead.
said to protect them. Knowledge.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so why?
From him being upset about them finding out that they can be good and evil.
Okay, let's run with that theory.
Yeah.
Let's run with that. So if he did it to protect them from good and evil,
right?
Do you hear what you just said?
I'm currently with you at the present moment.
Okay, so he protected them from good and evil. Why would he protect them from good?
And the evil, right?
No, forget the evil. Let's just start with one part of it. Why would he protect them from the good?
Well, basically, it would have to coexist with each other for that to be possible, right?
So what you're telling me is that Adam and Eve didn't even know what was good and what was bad. Would I be correct saying that?
I'll say you're correct saying that Adam did.
Huh?
I'll say that you're correct about Adam knowing.
Well, didn't God tell Adam and then Adam told Eve?
Well, I didn't get that part about him, Adam and like Eve discussing about not eating from
Well,
the tree.
I mean, Eve had to know because that's what she told the serpent.
But the serpent that was talking to Eve, right? Was it an actual serpent? Because it was casted to its belly after it was cursed.
Okay, let me say this. In Genesis 3,
right,
the first thing Genesis 3 says is, now the serpent was more crafty than any other wild animal that the Lord God had made. So God made this serpent very crafty.
well, technically, it wouldn't.
Slow down. I need you to hear this.
I'm good.
With a lot, God created this serpent with a lot of knowledge. So the serpent knew more.
Hold on. Really technically say he created a serpent.
You can't talk at the same time I'm talking.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know that.
Mute.
Okay. So If God created a serpent that had the knowledge and was very crafty and placed the serpent in the garden with Adam and Eve, who Adam and Eve did not know what was good or bad, then why would you blame Adam and Eve? That's my question.
Okay, all right. Let me first off tackling the keyword is if. We're going off if, and
Yeah.
you're saying that I'm assuming that Adam and Eve is being blamed after I said that it's to protect them was my answer.
Well, I mean, do you believe that that was the fall of mankind when they ate from the tree? Do you believe that?
Absolutely not, because the serpent would
Oh.
have to have already knowledge of good and evil to be telling them that.
Okay, so what was the
Much
fault?
less the tree of the life.
But the story does say the serpent had that. In the Hebrew, that word for cunning there is it eruam,
Yes, I
and
know
it
that.
means that the serpent had wisdom
Absolutely
and
wisdom.
knowledge, and he was prudent, so he
Right.
did have the knowledge of good and evil.
So basically, what the serpent was doing wasn't necessarily bad. It was trying to uplift them.
What does that have to do with whether or not the serpent had the knowledge?
Well, by far, that would make him not be a deceiver or cunning.
Was Nelly saying that he was a deceiver?
I didn't say that.
I never said you did. I'm just trying to figure out where we were going with that.
You said, back it up. You said that God withheld the knowledge of good and evil from Adam and Eve to protect them. So I
Right.
asked you, let's break it down.
I only had two options here. I only had two options, either the protect or the control, and I just simply selected protect.
Okay, go with a third option. Why do you think God
Okay, now
withheld?
we talking.
Huh?
I say now we talking. Now we can have a discussion.
Okay, what is the third option? Why would God withhold that information from them?
He wouldn't be able to have them under his control.
So to control that, I fucking cannot. I fucking can't.
You do see control.
I swear, I started to say, watch this. And I held my tongue, but I fucking can't.
You do see control up there, right?
Absolutely. But
Well, why
I
did you?
chose the other answer. So by far to see where we were gonna go with me just selecting protect.
So you up here playing games?
No. I'm just trying to figure out what's the whole concept of the garden with the good and evil about.
Well, I asked you specifically. I asked you, why did he do it? Did he do it to control them or did he do it to protect them? You said protect them. Now you saying to control them. So which one is it?
I'll definitely say protect them.
You say protect them, so he didn't do it to control them. He did it to protect them, right?
If you are in the guest box and you have knowledge, you have any type of knowledge, you can say your ABCs and count 1, 2, 3s. Please comment in the comments so I can bring you up. Please.
So now we back to protect them, right?
You're right.
Okay, now let's break it down. Explain to me why God would withhold good from Adam and Eve. It's pretty obvious why he would hold evil from them, but let's run with the good part. Why would he withhold good from them?
In the sense of the term of knowing, I would say the knowledge and the term of using it is the big difference.
You know you ain't making no sense, right?
Put it back.
I ask you one more time. Why did God withhold the good from Adam and Eve? Isn't God supposed to be all good?
Oh, absolutely.
If God is all good, why would he withhold
How you
good
do it
from
now?
them then?
Um,
See, that's the problem with you
it
Christians. Well,
depends
that's the problem with you believers.
in a different state though as well.
Excuse me?
In a different state of mind.
But God is all good according to you. But yet he withheld good from them. That doesn't make sense. I mean, the story should have said God withheld the tree of knowledge of evil from them. But yet God said he held good and evil from them. So if he withheld good and evil, what do they have? It's like a hard drive with no information.
All right. Oh yeah.
Excuse me?
All right. Yeah, I'm back.
You
So yeah,
back.
the yeah, I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about that, y'all. But yeah, the garden and the Eve, and even the thought about it would be definitely contradicting to it.
I think that I'm gonna go some more. Maybe that's a little too complex. Let's break it. Let's break something else down. Let's break down the serpent. So the serpent. What was the serpent?
The serpent was wisdom.
I mean, but what was it? What type of figure was it? Was it a snake? Was it a dog? Was it a talking tree? What was it?
It had to my acknowledgement, it wasn't a snake.
What was it? A dragon?
Could be.
When you say to your knowledge, what other knowledge do you have, or or where did you get your information from to say it's other than a snake? Because every picture, every story, every movie that's about Adam and Eve, it shows a snake. So where are you getting this other information from? Because it only could either be that or it's either a dragon, because that's what's dictated in the Bible about a serpent.
So during this the allegory of this, it's hard for me to really stand firm on the belief.
Okay. Now, do you know
So
what? Oh, hold on, stop. Do you know what allegory means?
artificial. Stop.
Allegory is basically a story.
Right. Nonfiction.
It's not real. It didn't happen. So if you're saying it's an allegory, then that means the Adam and Eve story didn't ever happen. It's just an allegory.
For you to be able to pick sense out of nonsense, you would need a whole complex and analytic dialogue with that.
I'm only going off the words that you use, my friend. You said allegory. You're bringing words into this conversation. So when you
Yeah, but
said
yeah.
allegory, I said, okay, well, I guess it's just a story. This never happened.
Yeah, but it's trying to base my perception off of what someone who doesn't understand what maybe their perception of an allegory is their self, and trying to put that in correspondence with my answer.
And I appreciate you trying to use the big words. I appreciate that. But at the same time, allegory means one thing. And you brought that into the conversation. So is Adam and Eve allegory?
Absolutely. I don't believe that the creation of Adam and Eve was the first creation of humans. I wouldn't say I wouldn't believe. I would say I know.
Okay, so if that's not so if you don't believe that this actually happened, why do you believe other things happen in the Bible?
For the way the context is taken out of it, you could use common sense and put pieces of it together to see that it doesn't connect.
So you believe the flood happened?
No.
So that's allegory.
Yeah.
You believe Moses freed the Israelites out of Egypt?
You say what now?
I said you.
I'm gonna start acting like I'm start.
I don't think he's taking this conversation seriously.
I am.
I don't. Like I feel like he's just wasting time.
I'm definitely taking it serious right now.
All I'm trying to do is figure out what parts is allegory and what part is actual factual in your mind.
Well,
because I guarantee you it's 100 believers in here that would say this is not allegory. This actually happened. But you're saying it's allegory. You said the flood is allegory.
Right.
And you was Moses freeing the slaves out of Egypt, the Israelites out of Egypt? Was that allegory too?
Contrary to the stories, yes.
So what is real about your God then? Sound like a bunch of damn stories.
Absolutely.
I'm absolutely. Sorry,
I can't do
it. Yeah. Knowledge, have a good night.
Yeah.
Nope.
That was.
He would have stayed on stage all damn night and wasted our time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no.
I don't even think he was a believer.
Knowledge don't know what he is. One moment knowledge, he is the God. The next moment he believes in the Most High. He goes back and forth. He don't know what he is. Mona Mia is still connecting on TikTok Live. I don't know if they're still there. Okay, they're not connecting. All right. All right, are you there? Yeah, we all lost brain cells.
Wow.
Yahuwah is leading me.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Oh man, it's all good. I appreciate you guys bringing me on. I was just listening to my man previously, and it's one thing to be unsure, and if you're seeking like guidance and information, but it's another thing to be like intentionally, trying to cause disruption and confusion, to agitate, and we got to remind ourselves like that's what Satan does. He infiltrates many different avenues to try to disrupt and confuse the body, to get us distracted with all kind of nonsense.
Well, there wouldn't be a reason for Satan to come in here and do that. Like, I don't believe in your God. Like, there would be no, Satan would be wasting his time in here doing that. Like, I'm an atheist. Why would Satan want to do that? Are you there?
So quick to blame Satan. That was Satan doing it.
Why did he run?
I have no idea.
What the fuck? He got the hell out of Dodge.
When you said atheist, he didn't know. He thought this was a Christian lie. Damn, boy. Well, we got some track stars in here tonight. Yeah, good.
But how they supposed to be fighting against Satan and running from his ass? Like, that shit is crazy. That shit is crazy.
They fear the God more than they fear Satan.
I think all the ones that were in the guest box were either thought we were in a Christian live because they all gone now. But if you are a believer, if you're deconstructing or an atheist, the guest box is open, y'all. Oh my God. But I think he was a Hebrew Israelite though. I ain't never seen a Hebrew Israelite run like that. That guy on Christina Live the other day when he was hollering out to Christina, Kaka Kodesh, Ruach Kaka Kodesh. And I was like, what the fuck is a Kaka Kodesh? And I was like, I said, it sounds like you saying holy shit spirit. And he's like, oh, I'm about to get up out of here now. And it made me think of gotta go. You know what I'm talking about? What was it on Life? Who they had to shut, was that Life? They had to shut down he's like, gotta go.
Well. Wow.
He's up there and then screaming at the top of his lungs, you ain't got the Ruach Kakadesh, the Ruach Kakadesh. Like, dude, do you know what you are saying? Oh, that was Color Purple. Okay, yeah, Color Purple.
I wonder why they don't pray to Satan and ask Satan to leave them alone.
They are terrified. Like, I told y'all there was a nerd, 2 JWs came to her house to witness to her. And she was like, oh, it's okay. I'm an atheist. When I tell you they took off running off her front porch, like, what? What? Y'all out here running from humans because they don't share your belief? Like, it's got y'all like that?
Wow.
Y'all out here running from humans who don't share your belief, but running towards motherfuckers who do share your belief. And they out here talking about, like, spewing white supremacist, hateful ass rhetoric, and y'all are talking about that's God? Like, that, help me understand this shit. Like, what is happening?
You know, even the ones that don't go to church, even the ones that, you know, do what they do and this, that, and the third, when them Jehovah Witnesses come to their door or a Christian comes up to their door, they scared to tell them to leave. I've literally seen that with my own eyes. They scared to tell them to leave.
Who, the Christians are scared to tell the JWs to leave?
No, I'm talking about the ones that don't identify as Christians. They do what they do. They don't go to church. They're not praying and all that stuff. But for some reason, when you mention God, they get scared. If you tell, you there to witness for God or witness for Jesus and this, that, and the third, if their whole attitude changes, it's like they get scared to tell you to get the fuck off my porch.
That's because they have a belief in a God.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. The God has a power over them, even when they don't.
Yeah, it's so funny because there's this video. This lady shared this video, and she got to fighting at church, right? This lady knocked her head off at church.
Uh-oh.
She had to go to the ER and get a CAT scan done. So like she showed the video of her getting her head knocked and put it in slow motion, right? So then she pans to a picture of her in the ER and with her hospital bracelet. Then she pans to a video of her like standing over like a mountain talking about no weapon formed against me shall prosper, and it was like how Jesus brought her out of that church hurt or whatever. Them fucking comments was tearing her ass up. The comment was like, it looked like that weapon did prosper since. They was like, fight back in Jesus' name.
I was getting ready to say the same thing. I said, well, it might not prosper, but it did that day. Go ass to the ER.
And them comments had me rolling. I don't think she expected that.
Yeah. If you just
They
stay
like,
in that
Jesus
fight any
did-
longer, it'll send your ass to intensive care.
It's like, Jesus did not tell you to do that. Jesus did not tell you to get your head knocked off in church.
It's amazing. Golly. Wow.
All right, y'all. It's 1:25. Don't start. Please don't start with the silencing.
Come on up. I want to talk to you.
Man, and then there was somebody in the comments was trying to say this didn't happen in church. No, they was like, hold on, I gotta know what you did. They was like, I gotta know what you did first, because the way she knocked your head, you obviously was on some shit, on some drama. And it was like she in some shorts and a bucket hat in church. She was like, this didn't happen in no church. You lying. It's like, you lying.
She hit you like you messing with her man or something.
Yeah. And then the slow motion, the way her head goes, cock. And y'all fighting like that in church?
I'd have loved to have been a fly on the wall to see that.
Nelly, what are you eating?
Oh, I was eating some chips. I'm done. I know it was good. Them hot chips. I love hot chips. I mean, I love them. Those Chester hot chips, I love them.
All right, y'all. The guest box is open, 21 and up. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, or an atheist, let's try to keep the conversations going. Hopefully, like, I don't want to have to keep calling for people to come on stage and have a conversation.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
I don't think this is gonna be I feel like, yeah, I don't think so.
Gonna be a slow night.
No, I'm talking about the person that's on stage. They were, yeah. Somebody done already made a movie off of that. Like they already done made a movie off of Mahogany's story. And I think it's interesting because Marvin Sapp invited Mahogany to come sing with them. Like, it's interesting the things that I don't know, like, I don't know, like, it's almost like I don't know what his motivation was for doing it. So people, because Marvin Sapp is the one that closed the church doors, right? Yeah, and it's, oh, look what Marvin Sapp did. Like, let's forget that he locked people in the church to get $40K. He invited Mahogany to come sing. Like, it's like jump on the bandwagon right quick to cleanse the palate. Yeah, redemption. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Seem like people making pretty decent money on putting music on TikTok and other people using their music as background music and stuff.
Who making money doing that?
I mean, I see producers on here that that I listen to the music on their page, and then I'll hear that same music in somebody else's background.
That's the sound. I don't know if they're making money off of that.
Yeah.
That's people using the sound. I don't know if they're making money off of the sounds that they make.
I thought TikTok paid you for that.
I don't think they pay you for sounds.
For music?
No. That TikTok don't pay you for music. Like, you can put your music on TikTok and pay them to promote it, but TikTok doesn't pay for you to post your music.
Oh, well, shit. Well, what the hell was that guy talking about then?
What guy?
It was a producer. I had to go back in there and find it, but it was a producer in there that was talking about that you can put, like, not a song, but just music, background music.
I know with Sumo AI, you can make music with Sumo AI, and you can lease that music to companies and make money that way.
Oh no, I wouldn't be making. I make it in my studio. I got a recording studio, so.
Yeah, I know Sumo AI does that, but the platform like copyrights your music and it leases it out to companies for you. Okay. There was one guy who said he made like $900 in a day doing that.
I really need to start doing it. I just ain't had time because I've been trying to research and read and trying to get this book finished. I want to have it finished, but I haven't messed around really in the studio in a while. Unless somebody sends me something that they want me to mix and master for them, then I'll do that. But other than that, I haven't been creative in a long time.
Yeah, I'm just now getting back to writing songs too. Y'all, come on! If it's 1:31 a.m. Central Standard Time, 2:31 a.m. Central. We got to make it to 4 a.m. till people start waking back up. But y'all know me, like, if I got to do all of the talking and there's not a conversation going, it ain't gonna last long. I'm just telling y'all that's a part of my neurodivergence. I ain't gonna be able to do this for long. So if you are a believer, if you are a deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open, 21 and up.
Come on.
What's Matthew 16, 27, 28? Which Justin? You talking about Justin? Oh, that Justin. Oh, I thought you was talking about deconstruction. Justin. I'm gonna say what? I'm gonna say what happened? Yeah, I don't know what it is. I don't know if ingenuity with HyperX. Some people hear the pop, some people don't. I have no idea what it is. Sophie, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Well, I'll take that as an accident. Y'all, please don't make me do a countdown.
Yeah, we got 453 people in the room. Oh, that's pretty.
Thank you right there. I guess it's gonna be one of those nights.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie though, you started something, when the deconstruction live, cause now it's a whole bunch of them.
A whole bunch of Christian lives now too.
Mm-hmm.
Person.
Hi.
I'm sorry. Hello.
The prompt, did God withhold knowledge of good and evil from Adam and Eve to protect them or control them? I think it's to protect
Before
them.
you start, I do need your age, and I need to know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist.
Okay, I heard my age, which is 32. What else did you say? Sorry.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I don't even know what destructing means, but I'm a believer of the
Deconstructing.
Bible.
So you are a believer, okay? All right. And what are your thoughts on the first topic?
To protect them.
Do you want to say why?
Because humans can't even protect themselves from themselves.
Well,
Me personally, I have no authority to question God, but they weird out here, so.
Can somebody block PQ, please? So when you say you have no authority to question God, the book that you read to learn about your God, are you not allowed to use critical thinking while you're reading that book?
No, I'm absolutely allowed to use critical thinking, but I understand I have no authority to question God. Just like if I was to go to the Supreme Court, I have no authority to question the judge. Like, the final authority does not rest with me. It does not mean I have or lack critical thinking to do one or the other. It just is what I said. I have no authority to question God.
But the thing is, like, to do critical thinking, right, you have to be able to ask yourself, like, probing questions. How can you critically think if you cannot question the text that you're reading? And then, like, that text was written by a human. It wasn't written by a God. You just trust what humans tell you?
I have no authority to question God.
I'm not asking if you question God. It was humans who wrote that book, not a God.
Transcribers, yes.
No, humans wrote the book from the
And
get-go.
transcribers, no. Humans transcribed what God said.
But humans wrote it.
Yeah, humans transcribed what God said. And then other humans interpreted what that
Do you know that means humans wrote it?
Did they physically put it on pen and paper? Yes.
Yes.
If that's what you're asking, yes.
Right. Like, you have no idea if a God orated these words to that human's mind. There's no evidence of that. So you just have to just trust or have faith in that human that wrote this text actually talked to a God. And so the only way for you to validate that is for you to ask yourself probing questions.
But I don't, thankfully, I don't have to do that because I've actually spoken to God. So what's your next question?
Did God tell you that he wrote this book?
He did. Next.
God told you he wrote this book. So what did
Well,
he tell you?
technically, he didn't tell me he wrote it. Like I said, transcribed.
He told you okay. So what did he tell you that he did about the woman that his priest threw out to be gang raped? What did he do about that?
Life happens every day.
No, what did he do about it in the text when he was orating that story? What did he do about the woman that his priest threw out to be gang raped?
Life happens every day.
No, what did he do about it is my question.
Life happens every day. So to say you want free will and then say
who talked about free will? Like, are y'all okay?
I'm
are y'all
okay?
You're not okay. Like, are you talking to God now? Did God just whisper in your ear free will? Because I haven't said anything about free will.
I'm very okay.
You can't be. Who mentioned free will?
I'm just saying, for you to want free will.
Who asked for free will? Who asked for free will?
Y'all did.
Huh? Who did?
Y'all did.
I didn't ask you for no damn free will.
You didn't, but y'all did.
Nope.
Your ancestors did.
No, they didn't.
Hey, oh, okay.
You don't have free will to stop this, mute this, block this, mock, so hush. You yell cause I can when you meet my boundary, demonstrating clownery so much. So stop that delusion you use as your excuse. Look around, I'm putting your free will on mute, dude. Here you come demanding like you own my time, screaming free will when you cross my line. But my space ain't church, we ain't here for confession. This is Thinkers Live, class now in session. You don't get consent just cause you hop in the box. You don't get respect just cause you talk a lot. You call it free will, I call it harassment. Now you fighting the mute to your embarrassment. You don't have free will to stop this, mute this, block this, mock, so hush. You yell cause I can when you meet my boundary, demonstrating clownery so much. So stop that delusion you use as your excuse. Look around, I'm putting your free will on No, you can't speak, I know that technique. I see through the mask and that it's just weak. Quoting at home like they bullets in a gun. But the more you shoot shots, the more we have fun. Thinker and the nerds got the mutes on lock. Logic spitting harder than the shepherd and his flock. Free will don't mean you can trample my rules. This my stage, baby, you just playing the fool. You don't have free will to stop this, mute this, block this, mock, so hush. You yell cause I can't when you meet my boundary, demonstrating clownery so much. So stop that delusion you use as your excuse. Look around, I'm putting your free will on mute. I said no, no, and no, you know. Free will won't apply to us. Think our own's alive, conclude your fuss. We're not here to keep our points acute. That being said, you'll excuse. Just when on You don't have free will to stop this, mute this, block this, mock, so hush. You yell cause I can when you meet my boundary, demonstrating clownery so much. So stop that delusion you use as your excuse. Look around, I'm putting your free will on mute.
That was weird. Like she just went straight to free will for no reason.
Like
She
her
sounded like a
brain stopped
robot.
working.
Oh, she was
Like,
a robot.
like what? And then she said, "Did your ancestors have free will?" What?
It went to the default state real quick.
Like obviously, how do you have free will but you can't question your God? Make that make sense. How do you have free will but you can't question your God?
Yeah, that was weird. That was just really just fucking weird. Wow.
Did she say I can talk about free will if I want to? No, you can't. because you don't have free will.
She made that up.
Like, I really wish that they could come up here and have, like, I guess civil, like, there won't be any logic in it because their belief system has to be illogical in order for it to work. But, like, civil conversations, intellectual conversations. Like, I do know that there has to be some, intellectual believers out there. Like, that was just ridiculous. But the guest box is open. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing or an atheist. Is that my mic or is that yours doing that, Nelly?
That's mine. I got my earpiece in my hand. I'm trying to find my case to put it in.
You're muted. My end. Nelly, that's weird.
Yeah, I think TikTok Studio is like, I don't know, something's happening with their sound system. Because Nelly is showing muted, but he's talking while he's muted. Look, and my YouTube is spinning right now. Okay, it's back. All right, y'all, nerds, atheists. I know y'all come here to see the conversations with the believers, but the guest box is open to y'all too. It's interesting how, I don't know, fragile believers are. Why are y'all so fragile? Zephyr?
Yes, ma'am.
How are you?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. Can I get your age, please?
Oh, I'm 42.
Okay. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
I'm Gnostic.
So you are a believer?
I mean, yeah, I'm a Gnostic believer.
Okay. Do you, in your Gnosticism, believe that Jesus is the son of the Hebrew God, or do you just believe that Jesus is God, or Jesus is some form of Christ? Which form of Gnosticism are you?
Well, the Messiah came through many ages.
Okay. Which form of Gnosticism are you?
I'm not sure.
Do you believe that Jesus is the Son of God?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is he the son of the Hebrew God?
I believe the Hebrew are the apple of his eye. Yeah.
The apple of his eye. Is he the son of the Hebrew God, or is he the Hebrew God? Which one is he in your belief?
I don't know, man. Damn, I just got here.
What do you mean you just got here? You've had this belief, right? Or did you just make this up?
Are you trying to punish me or some shit? Like,
did you come up here to troll?
No.
It sounds like you did.
Oh, I'm sorry for that. I don't.
Do you believe in Jesus or not?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, you don't have to be a believer to come on stage. Like, you don't have to lie about it. Do you believe in Jesus?
Yeah, absolutely.
And is Jesus the son of the Hebrew God, or is he the Hebrew God to you?
Jesus is the son of the Eon, the absolute God.
El Elyon? Are you trying to say El Elyon?
El Elyon, yes.
El Elyon. Okay. And is it El Elyon or Jesus that created Adam and Eve in the story?
Are you asking in the story I believe, or like the story you're saying?
Do you believe in a different story of Adam and Eve?
No, there's two Adams. There's the Adam of El Leon, and there is Adam of I don't feel safe with you. Why is that?
I don't know. Did you ask Elion?
No, why don't I feel safe with you?
I asked you to ask Elion that.
No, I'm asking you. Why don't I feel
I cannot
safe
answer
with you?
that for you. You would need to ask your God. I don't know the answer to that. Shouldn't you feel safe wherever your God is?
You're a person. You're God in yourself. I
Right.
don't feel safe with you.
Okay, so you have your God with you, right?
No, I
He's
don't
not
feel
with
safe
you.
with you.
I
You're a
understand.
God in yourself.
I understand that, Cypher. Where is your God?
You cannot say where is your God if you understand the eon.
Is Eon with you?
Yeah,
Is
absolutely.
all right? So El Elyon is there with you. Then why don't you feel safe?
I feel threatened by you.
Even with Elyon with you?
No, I feel threatened by your essence.
Even with Elyon right there with you?
Yes.
Is Elyon feeling threatened?
I feel threatened by you as a person.
I understand that. Does Elyon also feel threatened?
Just continue with what you were doing.
You don't want to answer that question.
No, I don't.
Why not?
Because it's more harm to you than it is me.
It's more harm for me to see if Elyon feels threatened by me. If you were in with your army and you were getting ready to fight a war and your enemy was running toward you, would you feel safe with your army, or would you feel threatened and scared and not safe?
You're in danger. I'm going to tell you that now.
Can you answer my question?
No, I'm just going to tell you that you need to prepare.
Do you want me to be afraid?
No, I'm just warning you beforehand.
Okay, well, thank you for that.
What an idiot.
They want me to be scared, but I'm not. And I told my brother today, like if Martin Luther King got quiet every time somebody threatened his life, if Malcolm X got quiet every time somebody threatened their life, then we wouldn't have Martin Luther King Day. We wouldn't have Civil Rights Acts. I'm not fucking scared. Everybody dies. Sunwalker, how are you?
Morning, I am doing fine. It's like, what about yourself?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age, please?
64 years old. Black American here in Texas, 10th generation.
All right. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I am not an atheist. I am a creationist, and I believe in most of the scriptures in the Bible. I'm not really too in agreement with the Vatican's interpretation of many of the things in the Bible. But yes, I do believe in God, in a God, and I believe in creation. Yes.
Which topic did you want to discuss? Nelly, can you start off, please, and I'll be right back.
No problem. What topic would you like to discuss?
Oh, great. It says, did God withhold the knowledge of good and evil from Adam and Eve to protect them or control them? And in my belief, I believe it was not necessarily. I don't think that was the point of the story of Adam and Eve. I think the major takeaway, in my opinion, that the Creator wanted us to get from that story is that it was the influence and the decisions and the consequences of those decisions. And what I mean by that is that the setup was, of course, you can eat from all the trees, but not this one, of course, right? So, and to me, it wasn't a decision whether they would know good and evil. What I think the problem was, it was that would we be obedient or disobedient? And the satanic or the Luciferian character in this story saw that as a way to become a god.
Okay, let me ask you right there. There was a couple of things that you said. You said the Satan in the story. Where is Satan in the Adam and Eve story?
Where is Satan?
Yeah.
It is the serpent, right?
Oh, so you believe that the serpent was Lucifer, was Satan?
Yes.
And may I ask where you getting that from? Because there's nowhere in this story tells you that the serpent was Satan.
Well, because this is the thing. I believe that it was a representation of disobedience.
Well, the reason why I say that is because the God of this Bible tells you that he created the serpent. And he tells you he created the serpent right then and there. And he's the one who placed the serpent in the garden. So, but it can't be Lucifer because Lucifer was already in heaven. Well, it had the war in heaven before mankind. So how could that be Lucifer?
So you're saying that it was before the war or after the war?
Oh, the Adam and Eve story was after the war.
It was after the fallen, of course, right?
It was after the war in heaven.
Okay. Right. So why couldn't Satan take on the visage of a serpent?
Because Genesis 3 says, now the serpent was more crafty than any other wild animal that the Lord thy God had made.
Okay, fine. It doesn't mean that the Satan can take on this visage.
Okay, once again, it says, the Lord thy God that made. He made that serpent to be crafty with knowledge and everything.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't mean that he made him to be disobedient. But see, this is my point, though, and I just want to put this, and I can come back to your point. I think if I get an understanding, but I think the most important thing that I think that they meant by that story is that when mankind became disobedient, it allowed Satan, the Lucifer, the deceiver, to become a god. Because before that, he wasn't a god of anything. He was maybe led some angels or whatever, but they were the angels, but he wasn't the god of this system. Because the Adam and Eve at that time were obedient, so they were under his protection. So when they sinned, when they disobeyed, then they defied God. So that's when Satan was able to come in and be as God and have as much influence as the being that created the whole solar system and everything.
Okay, let's go back to what you said. So you said Adam and Eve were obedient, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's do some critical thinking about obedience. When you were a child, Were you taught to be obedient?
Yes.
That would be considered knowledge that you learned, correct?
Not necessarily, no.
Oh, that's not knowledge? That you learned something? That's not learning is not knowledge?
Well, that's a different question.
Well, I mean, I just asked you that.
Well, let me explain. When I was a child, I didn't have the experience to know right from wrong. So I did what my parents told me to do. It wasn't because I was more knowledgeable. It's because this is what they told me to do.
You missed my point. You were taught what was right and what was wrong, right? You were taught this and explained to, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if you're taught that, that means you gained the knowledge of that, correct?
It wasn't immediate.
No, it's not immediate, but you learned it, right?
Over time. Well, put it this way. If I had the knowledge of good and evil, then I wouldn't have to be taught it, correct?
Okay. So where in this story, let's go back to the story. Where in this story did God teach them what was good and what was bad?
Well, that's the thing. God walked with Adam on a daily basis. So it wasn't, and that's the thing. See, good and bad is it's not necessarily said, well, you know, I got punched in the nose, it's bad. The way the Father represents good and evil, or good and bad, is just through disobedience. Okay, you either rock with me or you don't.
But if you don't have the knowledge to know what disobedience is, you're not taught it.
But you do have that knowledge.
No, I know I got the knowledge, but did Adam and Eve have that knowledge?
Of course they did. God told them, don't do this. Don't disobey me and eat from the tree. It's simple.
Can I ask a question right quick, son?
It's absolutely. I don't know why you're making something complex.
I'm sorry. So you can eat from every tree in the garden, but the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, because the day you eat it, you will die. The same thing as don't ever disobey me.
Yes.
How so? So if you tell your child, don't jump on the bed, is that the same thing as don't ever disobey me?
Well, this is the thing. You see, it's very. What's the word I'm looking at? When we condense, the Bible is written for the masses.
No, wait, what's happening? No, I'm trying to, no, hold on. No, what I'm trying to find out is if those two statements mean the same thing, right? If you say to your child, don't jump on the bed, you might fall off and bump your head. Is that the same thing as don't ever disobey me?
No.
So we can acknowledge that it's not the same thing when you say it to your child in that way. But why are we looking at it as the God saying, don't ever disobey me, when he says, don't eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil because you will die the day that you eat it?
Well, to me, that's consequences enough, isn't it? Look, this is the thing.
Wait, hold on. That's not consequences. First off, they didn't die. He lied. So that's not consequences.
No, he did not lie.
He did lie. He said, he told them they would die the same day, a physical death. In the Hebrew, he says that in the Hebrew, hold on. You can respond when I finish. Okay. In the Hebrew, he says, mut tamut, dying you will die. And mut in Hebrew means a physical death. The physical body dies. There is no spiritual death context in the Hebrew. And so they did not die physically the same day. The serpent says, you will not die. The same day that you eat of the fruit, your eyes will be open. The same day their eyes were opened. So he gave them a warning that wasn't even true. So how does that equate to don't ever disobey me?
Do you believe that when it's written that he created the heavens and earth in 7 days. Do you believe it was 7 24-hour periods?
I don't believe he did it in the first place.
No. Do not dodge the question.
I'm not dodging the question. You asked me, do I believe it? And I said, I don't believe that he did it in the first place.
But you do believe that that he meant a day to be 24 hours.
No, I understand. I read Hebrew,
If that's
and I
true,
understand. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm answering, and you can respond when I'm done. Right? You asked me a question. Now I'm responding to
you
you.
cut me off when I'm making a
No,
point.
you asked me a question. Did you not?
One too, and I was trying
No,
to
you
respond.
said, but you do believe that he meant a 24-hour day. Now it's my turn to respond to that.
Yeah.
I did not answer that.
Okay.
I am in the middle of answering that. Now, what I do understand from reading the Hebrew, because I can read Hebrew, that when it says ki biom, that is a 24-hour day, because it does not have a descriptive, an adjective, either before or after the yom. So it is a 24-hour day in that context. Now you can respond.
Okay. Well, I don't agree with that, and most of the scholars that I know that actually read the scrolls don't believe it was actually a physical 24 hours. But that's neither here nor there. I want to get back to
No. Wait. What scholars?
Oh, I don't know their names.
You said most of the scholars I know. So
Yeah,
you should say most of the scholars I don't know.
I said read.
You said most of the scholars I know. So what scholars have you read?
I don't have their name. I didn't think I was going to have this type of discussion. I would have prepared, I guess, a bibliography of all the different people that I've read over time. But
you probably shouldn't bring up scholars if you can't name them. One of my co-hosts is a scholar. His name is Dr. Joshua Bowen. He is a Assyriologist. He's the one who taught me how to read Hebrew. And I'm sorry, let me finish. Hold on. I'm trying to tell you where I got my information from. Like why are Jesus's children like this? Like if you want me to understand you, right? Like if you want me to understand you and you want me to believe that you have something better than I have, right? Then you need to act better than me on this stage.
Well,
you need to be able to bring something better than me.
When you keep interrupting,
I'm not interrupting you. It is my turn to speak.
It's always your turn.
First off, I'm the host, and when you say something, right, then I'm going to respond to that. You made a statement that most of the scholars that you know don't agree with that who read the scrolls. I ask you who. You don't have a name. I'm telling you a scholar that is a co-host of this live named Dr. Joshua Bowen, who is an Assyriologist, an expert on ancient Near Eastern history. He is a Hebrew specialist. He taught me how to read Hebrew. And Dr. Joshua Bowen wrote a book. Well, actually 4 books discussing Old Testament literature, and in that and in his book, the Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament, he discusses Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 and how they're 2 different creation stories, and he discusses the Yom. And in that story, it is a 24-hour period, and he lists multiple scholars who also agree with that.
Oh, you finished?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, okay, that's fine. Then I guess he has a belief, but it's not a belief from everyone. I don't believe that all these things were made in 7 days, in 7 24-hour periods, and I don't believe that when he said that the day you would buy, it was intended to be an Earth day. So that's just something we have to disagree on. But I wanted to make the point though, is that I don't like getting to the weeds until I've established my overall point. Okay. And my overall point is I think that
it doesn't matter to me what you like to do. Like, this is a research-based live. If you say something, we're going to ask you to back up what you say. This isn't one of those fluff lives where you can come on here, and I'm not talking about fluff, because fluff gets in the weeds. But this is not one of those lives where you can just come on here and say things and people just accept it. We're going to ask you to back up what you say.
Okay, well, usually we don't deal with actual professor and scholars. We kind of talk in general terms. It's this. I never considered this to be a actual doctorate class. I think
Not
it's
a
more.
doctorate class.
I say it was more of a more of opinion, and people can
No,
disagree.
no,
And
this is an opinion. What? This isn't an opinion. Why would I want your opinion on something as important as faith?
well, this is the thing. If you don't want our opinion, then you should put in the heading: we only people with advanced degrees in biblical studies should be able to respond. And
I'm
then,
not asking you for an advanced degree. I'm asking you to tell the truth and not lie. That's it.
so now you're calling me a liar.
No, I did not call you a liar.
You said you asking me to tell the truth. What have I said that you believe that I wasn't being truthful about?
I never said that you were not. I said I'm not asking you to have an advanced degree. I'm asking you to just tell the truth and not lie. That's all I'm asking.
So what makes you think I would lie?
I didn't say you would.
Then you have to believe that I'm telling my truth.
No, I just don't agree with what you're saying.
Well, that's fine. It don't mean no.
And again, the reason I don't agree is because I read Hebrew and I know that mut in Hebrew means a physical death. There are words in Hebrew that would convey a spiritual death or a spiritual separation, but it's not in Genesis 2.
Okay, well, all right. Well, that's the thing. Okay, I'm going to try one last time, and then I'm going to just let you guys have it. Okay. I don't believe, based on my understanding, that it was an actual 24-hour period. That when he said you would die today, it was a 24-hour day. I think man days and God days is something totally different. Okay, so and that's just the way I saw things. As far as the back to the original topic that I was trying
No,
to discuss.
but hold on. Why do you feel that you can just say that and then just gloss over that right now? Like, I want to understand what you mean by man days and God days being different.
I'm not asking you to agree with me.
No. I didn't say you were asking me to agree. And then if we're going to get to an understanding, right? I'm not here for you to just spew your opinions at me. And if you're not here, right, for people to get an understanding, then this might not be the panel for you. But when you say man days and God days are different, I want to understand what you mean by that.
And I also believe that the guy that came on and says that you have evil in you, you are absolutely evil because you're
what did I do that was evil?
Your behavior, you're very manipulative.
What did I manipulate?
Satan has the forked tongue. That's you.
Okay. Because I asked questions.
No, I'm going to let you have it, and I'm going to go ahead and just bid goodbye because I don't deal with evil.
Okay, have a good one. I swear they get mad when you won't let them gaslight the fuck out of you. But I hope y'all can see, right? What happens when a Christian cannot back up their Bible, and to the Christians that says the Bible can defend itself, it cannot. It cannot. And then he says, I thought we were just going to come up here and spew opinions. Who the fuck is looking for your opinion when faith is like, this is a matter of fucking life and after death. Like, why would I want your opinion, motherfucker? You should be able to give me facts. And if I ask you a question, you should be able to back that shit up. Don't come up here lying to me, talking about the scholars that I've read disagree, and you can't name a scholar that you've read. And then don't say God time and human time is different and then get mad when I ask you, what do you mean by that? You're not just going to be able to come up here and gloss over shit and then say, I didn't think that we was going to have a scholarly debate. Like, what the fuck? Like, are you a pastor? Y'all go around telling people shit and just expect people. This is why it said Jesus could not perform miracles in his hometown, because people asked him too many questions, and Jesus did exactly what Skywalker just did. Jesus packed up and said, well, I'm leaving. I'm going somewhere where there's more gullible people. I'm telling y'all, the demon or the devil to the God in the Bible, its name is facts. Its name is questions. Its name is logic.
Well, like I said, I don't think he's ever read the Bible, because Genesis 1, this God tells you what a day is. It is basically a 24-hour day. He explains it in detail. So I don't think he even read the Bible when he said he don't think that is a 24-hour period when God tells you what a day is. That's ignorant to me.
Even with me just simply asking, what do you mean by God days and human days are different? Because my next question was going to be, if God days are different from human days, then when you pray today, when does that prayer reach your God, and when does his response get back to you if they're on different time? That's what I needed to understand, because if he's telling Adam you're gonna die the same day, and that really meant 930 years later, how in the hell are y'all getting prayers answered? If your day and your God's days ain't on the same time, that means by the time your prayer gets to him and his prayer gets to you, that 3, 4, 5 different generations gonna be done past. Like, that's all I'm trying to figure out. Like, don't expect me to just accept this shit and not ask questions so that I can understand it and see if I want to adopt it. My dad died. Thank you very much. My dad was a good man, and he saved my life, not Jesus.
You know.
Storm Hill.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm doing good. Just kind of
I think I responded to you already about the microphone. I don't know what's going on with the mic, y'all. It's happening to some and not. It's an independent thing. Some people hear the pop and some don't. I don't know what's going on. I'm sorry. How old are you, and are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
Not anything, I guess. I'm always kind of bouncing around, so it's hard to really say specifically. I
just want to know, do you believe in the God of the Bible? You have to either be a believer or someone deconstructing, or an atheist.
No, I'm not a believer.
Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
Deconstructing. Decolonizing, I guess.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on the topic?
Well, just to entertain the idea of God. So about giving them knowledge, I think to give people a certain amount of knowledge, I think knowledge is to be earned in a sense, because if you give someone too much knowledge at once, then they can go past the true meanings between here and there. So, it's like they got that knowledge too quick, and I think that was kind of, if he was a wise God, I'd imagine you wouldn't just give someone knowledge right away.
Well, this wasn't intellectual knowledge. This was the knowledge of like a moral conscience, like being able to assess their own actions and determine if they are good or bad, right? Harmful or not harmful. Assess information they're being given and determine whether that information is good or bad, or good or evil. It wasn't like the square root of 2 that they were getting, or how to build bricks. They already had that type of knowledge. He just didn't want them to be able to decide good or evil for themselves, or know good or evil from themselves.
Right. Yeah, so I'm trying to...
Like, how would it be bad for a human to be able to know when they're experiencing evil and when they're doing evil? Or good? How is that a bad thing?
I don't think it's a bad thing to have the knowledge of good and evil. I think good and evil is it's kind of hard because, like, I'm not really a person that says this is evil and this is good. I don't even necessarily use the word evil. It's kind of like more damaged and less damaged.
So, like, if a child is raped, you would just say, "Oh, that's damage."
Yeah, that's very damaged.
Really, you don't think it's an evil thing for children to be raped?
That's a very damaging thing, and someone is damaged would do something like that and cause more damage.
And what's the difference with calling it evil?
Evil.
Is damage good?
Well, damage might have more data to bring reasoning of why somebody might do something. How can we look at a child and say they're evil rather than say, hey, they have problems, they're damaged neurologically, and
not the child, the adult that raped the child.
Well, I'm just talking, like, let's say before they become adult.
No. The hypothetical that I gave you was a child being raped, not the child being the rapist.
No, what I'm saying is, like, let's say the adult that did that, to catch them, the damage that they have in their, let's say, like, their brain or something's off. You can scientifically trace that. That's why I say damaged. They're not functioning correctly. There's a damaged part of them to have them to try to do something like that.
It sounds like that you would be making an excuse and saying, oh, they're mentally ill. They're not a bad person. They're just sick.
Well, I'm not going to say evil because, I mean, it's not very leading in a sense, Now, there might be people.
What do you mean by leading?
It doesn't really lead you to actually the problem or what's going on, because now how are you going to know if somebody has traits of, let's say someone's evil, you're going to say their kid's probably going to be evil too?
No, you don't. You judge people based off of their actions. Okay. And so if that person is raping children, and then to say, oh, they're just damaged, they have a chemical reaction, a bad chemical reaction in their brain, you're making an excuse for their intentional decision to do a very bad thing.
How was that? So picking or pointing out problems within a brain for someone to make such an irrational or very, let's say, you use your words, evil thing to expose what's going on in their brain, research it, and to address that. How is that at making excuses?
Sure. When people have mental illnesses in court, what happens? What does the court do?
The court has to take all considerations of
and then do what?
They make a judge.
And do what? What happens when a person pleads insanity or mental illness?
They would have to go in front of the court, and then the court will have everybody come in. Let's say they'd have to come in. They'd have to be a neurologist or somebody, of that level of capacity of information.
I'm asking, like, what would be the reason that the court would go through all of that? What is the hoped outcome of that?
To determine
no, a lesser sentence, a lighter sentence for a person claiming insanity, for a person claiming some type of mental illness.
A lighter, you're saying getting sent to mental institutions lighter than prison?
Sometimes they get sent to a mental institution, sometimes they don't get anything, like the woman who killed her children.
I'm not saying
that. God told her to. She claimed insanity and she didn't get anything.
That does happen in the court. There's people that pled guilty without the insanity thing and still get pretty much close to nothing too.
Who did that?
I can't put my finger out on any specific case.
You can't. But you're claiming that it happened.
Well, that's because we're having a conversation about it.
Right, but I gave you the name. What was her name? Andrea Yates. She drowned her kids and said God told her to do it so that he would bring them back to life. She pled insanity, and she didn't get anything. So,
I
can you
know.
tell me someone
There
who
was a
who
lady.
did?
There's a young lady who they think she might have unalived her daughter and then buried her in the backyard, and then she didn't plead guilty. I mean, she pled guilty, but without, she got like probation. I can't remember her specific name, but it was old.
When did this happen? When did this happen?
Might have sometime in the 2000s. It wasn't
Let me
too
see.
long ago.
Hold on. Let's see. I should just be able to type
She
woman
was like
buries daughter and gets probation. So I don't see anything that says that she got probation. Let's see. In 2017, a high school cheerleader, Brooke Schuyler Richardson, was accused of killing her newborn and burying her in her family's backyard. Is that her in Carlisle, Ohio?
Yeah.
Okay.
That
In
sounds very
2019, a jury acquitted Richardson of the most serious charges, including aggravated murder, involuntary manslaughter, and child endangerment. She was, however, convicted of abuse of a corpse. Richardson was sentenced to 3 years of probation with credit for time served in jail. The probation was ended early by the court in 2020. So she was acquitted of the murder, and she was charged for abuse of a corpse because she did not murder the baby. And then she got probation for abuse of the corpse. So this isn't the same thing as actually killing your children and claiming that a God told you to do it.
Well, what I'm saying is that she didn't say anything about pleading insanity, and what she did was pretty horrific. And
she buried a corpse after having the baby. She didn't kill the baby.
Well, if you read into the story and look at the evidence, she did what she did. The next day she was posting saying, well, the hump's gone. And, it was there's a lot of leading things up. A lot of people felt like she might have had something to do with that. Like she seemed to be more relieved now that she was back, life's back to normal. I think she even said that, like life's back to, things like that.
Yeah, but she didn't she didn't kill the baby though.
She wasn't convicted of it. I can't say if she did it or not.
She was acquitted. If she was acquitted, that means that she did not murder the baby. And then I think she was pregnant. I think she had a miscarriage or an abortion or something, and she buried it. Like if she was in her third trimester, I think. But she didn't kill the baby. She just buried the fetus in the backyard and burnt it. She burnt it and buried it in the backyard. So she got charged. She got convicted. Yeah, stillborn. She got charged with abuse of a corpse.
Right. And that seems pretty horrific to me. I mean, but
not as horrific as killing your 7 children and saying God told you to do it, as drowning them and saying God told you to do it, and then pleading insanity.
Now, I don't put this idea in the hands of the courts to define if it's a good or bad idea. I mean, it is really to take considerations of what people can use that with, like use that to weaponize it in the court system. I do
like
that.
Yeah, but saying that everything is just either damaged or not damaged, right? And looking at it like, oh, he's just a damaged person, right? It's an excuse that a person who intentionally wants to cause other people harm can use, right? Well, it's kind of like we're all sinners saved by grace, right? When believers do harmful things to other people or harmful things in society, and then they get caught, and then they say, well, we're all sinners saved by grace, right? Like that preacher that was running a ring for 30 years. He had groomed his daughter. Are you there?
Yeah.
There was a preacher who groomed his daughter, right? And she had children by her dad and by his brothers, who were associate pastors. And then he commissioned her to befriend single mothers in the city and convince them to come to his church so that he could sleep with the little girls. He got caught, but when people started calling him out, he went before the church and he started calling those people that were calling him out and saying that he had been doing this, calling them demons and saying we're all sinners saved by grace and this is God got our backs and blah blah blah. And I feel like when believers say we are all sinners saved by grace, it is a call to say, don't judge me, right? Don't look at what I do because I'm damaged. I'm in damaged flesh because of what Adam and Eve did. Mind you, he's in jail now. He was a lawyer. He got disbarred. His church has been taken away from him, and he's in jail now. But he tried to say, basically, he's in damaged flesh. How is that different?
Let me try to break that all down. Now, it sounds kind of like you think that it's unethical to use God to justify why that lady, or like in this case, what they did, right? Am I so far?
No, I didn't say that. I said when people do that, right? It is it's an open invitation to use it as an excuse to get a lighter sentence. That's what I said.
I think that people do that to get a lighter sentence. I don't disagree with that at all. And, and that's a shame. And people that do that, there are people that will even play like they're damaged. But it's the brain is the most complex thing that we know, even in the universe, is our own brain. And when I say damage, I mean like physically or mentally or neurologically, I'm not just saying, the same things just like to label, but like there's a problem there. We need to figure it out. And maybe that we can do our research and then maybe we can prevent this from happening. Because how do you prevent anything from happening if you just call people evil?
But this is the thing, like, why would, if everything was just damage or not damage, like, why would someone even, you said you don't call anything good or evil, right? And you say damage or not damage.
I say damaged and less damaged. I didn't say not damaged.
Well, less damaged. Yeah. Well, damage and less damage. If everything is damaged and less damaged, like, why would anybody be motivated to even look into a thing? Like, a person could say, oh, that's not that much damage, and then children just keep getting raped. Like, what would be the motivation to even look into the cause of something?
Well, to say something is damaged or is to look into it and say, okay, what's the problem? There's a problem here. Evil, saying someone that's just, if you go to court and say they're evil, judge, like, okay, they should go to prison for this long. For how do you scale evil?
No, not calling people evil. Your actions. Your actions.
I think it's a fair expression of actions, right? Yeah. I'm not against saying the actions are evil, but I retract from that because I try to use more terms that could lead to a scientific reasoning of why I would say that term.
So every time you see something that is damaged or less damaged, you go look for a scientific answer.
Sure. I think that's a good idea to start. I think science just can bring us a long ways because there are people who have been very aggressive in their life and they look into it and they find that they had a tumor or something, Now, if we just burn them at the stake, because they're evil, then we could have, right.
So if somebody has a tumor, then you're just going to excuse the stuff that they've done. Like a serial killer has a tumor. You're just going to excuse all the lives that they've taken.
Why would I excuse them?
I'm confused because you said if we just burn them at the stake and we found out that they have a tumor, then what?
Well, that those things should be taken considerations on where we move forward. I mean,
So how many
the world's not black and
how
white.
many people when you said you look at it and you look for a scientific answer, how many out of all the killings that have happened in the world, how many have you researched scientifically?
How many killings have I researched scientifically?
Yes.
I just go off of what they presented. I didn't look into the case myself.
So you are not determining whether those things are damaged or less damaged then?
No, I didn't take the case on myself.
No. I'm saying, like, if you see, the news, do you watch the news or see news at all?
Yeah.
And when you look at that, do you say, man, that's damage, or man, that's less damage, or do you just look at it and go, and go on about your day?
Well, like the NFL player that was who unalived all those people, and they looked at it. They did some scans of his brain, and he had like serious CT. And they're like, could this be linked to that? Could we help other people from being,
No, I'm asking, how do you approach the news? How do you? That's one case, right? There are thousands of deaths, right? Every time you turn on the news, somebody has killed somebody. And so I'm asking, when you see those situations, right, that hasn't done these CAT scans or MRIs on people's brains, do you just like ignore it, or do you still say that's damage or less damage?
I say, yeah, if someone did something like that, and to the point where they did some kind of crime, yeah, that there's some damage. That person's damaged somewhere to carry out something like that, or they have a really horrible misunderstanding of reality, of why they.
But how do you know that?
Well, because the look at this situation they're in. To be in that situation, you'd have to make some really bad choices.
But I'm saying, how do you know that's damage? Like, that's what I'm trying to understand, like your process of assessing that.
Well, maybe damage ain't the word, maybe dysfunctional.
But how do you know that is what I'm asking.
Well, I would assume that as a collective, we have these laws, right? Everybody, we can agree that you don't unalive people, right?
No, everybody doesn't agree with that. Like,
well,
literally, there are countries right now that are raping women, tying them up to trees and raping women. In the Congo, over 50 little girls were just raped the other day legally by the government. So the military that they hire over there, not everybody sees murder and rape as damage and less damage.
Well, society does have an effect on people's perspectives, for people to do that thinking it's okay. There's a lot of things to take consideration. Now, I'm speaking of, like, where I'm at. I can't speak for other places, but here where I'm at, that's not okay. And why is that not okay? Why do our society say that's not okay? Because
but you said it as a collective. You didn't say in the United States. You said as a collective.
Well, where in the government did it say it's okay to do that? In any government?
That it's okay to do what?
Those things that you mentioned about raping.
Well, I didn't say the government said it's okay to do that. What I said was,
that's what I mean.
Over in Congo. No, I said in Congo, right? The government funds a military group to police and harass the people in Congo, to push them out of the area so that they could continue to mine more cobalt. And that group raped over 50 little girls a couple of days ago, legally.
They legally did that?
Yep, no repercussions whatsoever because they are funded by the government.
So,
No
so
repercussions whatsoever
can you show me where it says that's legally allowed?
because
Or,
the
or
government did nothing about it. That group is
that
allowed
just
to do
like
whatever
that
that group is allowed to do whatever the government needs them to do to push the people out. There is no repercussions for what they are doing to the people in Congo. They are funded by the government.
are they breaking their own rules, or that is not a rule? That's what
If
I'm
it
asking.
was their rules, then the government would be doing something about it now,
So
wouldn't they?
so do we have any laws in the states?
Laws in the states for Congo?
No, I'm just talking about laws. I'm not talking about the
No.
Congo
Why
part.
are we talking about? No, we were talking about the Congo. Why are we going back to the states now?
Because I'm giving you an example
Example of what?
of what is legal and illegal.
Oh, but we're not talking about what is legal and illegal, are we? You said collectively, we all know that it's wrong to kill and rape people. I said no, collectively we don't, because there are some countries who are okay with men raping children or raping kids, and nothing happens. And I gave an example of Congo and Ethiopia, the Eritreans are being raped, or one is raping the other. The soldiers tying women up to trees. We see what's happening over in the Middle East. There are some countries who do not see damage and less damage the way you do.
Just because someone doesn't see damage doesn't necessarily mean they're not damaged.
You said collectively we all know that it's wrong to kill someone, and no, we don't all know that collectively.
Or we collectively say that's evil.
No, we don't all say that collectively. Like, we literally see genocides happening. Sudan is in an active genocide.
I don't disagree with that. That there's a genocide. I'm not
Do you
disagreeing.
think the people that are genociding them think that it's wrong?
Obviously not. Otherwise, they wouldn't be doing it.
Right.
And do I think
So collectively, we don't all know that killing someone is wrong.
do I think those people are damaged? Yes. And is there something we can do about it? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe they're too far gone, and we have to keep them in a facility that they don't hurt anybody.
Keep who? The government in a facility? It is the government doing it.
I know. There's
You're
nothing.
gonna put the entire government in the
well,
facility?
What are you arguing exactly here?
Because you are saying that collectively everybody knows that it's wrong, and I said no, it's not. And then when I say that Sudan is actively in a genocide, you say, yep, those people are damaged, and we just need to put those people in a facility. It is the government that is committing the genocide.
Okay,
so are you going to put the whole
I-
government in a facility?
If it was up to me, people that commit those crimes, yeah, if it was up to me.
Government? Please tell me how you would do that. Give me just 1 second. Hold on.
I'm kind of losing the. I'm kind of not following the whole. I don't understand exactly what you're asking me. If I could put the government in, or if I think people are damaged, or if I use the word evil. Kind of losing topic here. I don't know. Maybe somebody else can chime in. I don't know. Maybe a third party. Third person.
Were you talking to Lala, or were you talking to the chat?
Whoever that can offer.
Did you hear me ask you to hold on?
Yeah, I'm talking to the.
Why would you talk to the chat? Why would you talk to my chat while I'm not here?
I see there's more people on the panel. That's what I'm talking to.
No, that at the bottom is a backup account. Like, that person hasn't said anything the whole live. Lala, are you there? I think Lala is asleep. No, I had to do something really quickly. No, can you tell me how you would put the government in mental facilities? What would be your process to do that?
I would start with whoever's in charge. I'd start from the top and go down. And anybody involved directly would have to be investigation. Now, if I had the resources, are you asking if I had the resources to do it, or if I could do it like right now?
No, right now with your okay, Lana, I got you. Right now, like with your process of just saying, "Oh, that's damage or less damage," right? Like you have whole entire countries genociding other countries, and you're saying to put the leaders of those countries into a mental facility.
Well, they may be enough understandings of what they're doing to say, no, you guys know what you're doing. You have enough sense to where you are. I mean, prisons are like a big mental facility, really. It's pretty mental in there. But there are people that are so detached from reality that it's, I don't know. There's some people that are really, really like gone, that they have no grasp of reality. And then there's people who do have a grasp of reality, and they have enough to where they can make plans, they can manipulate and conspire and plan it out, and even talk other people into doing it. Those people are the ones that really need more harsher sentences.
Like, but I don't think you hear yourself, right?
No,
like,
I
do. You're talking about the government, that the people who make the laws, right? who control the military.
I don't know how you
justify going into other lands and genociding other people for the purposes of land and minerals and gold and diamonds.
Right. And then there's case by case. You're talking pretty broad when you say the government. I can't really crack down on something so broad.
I said that, and you said you could. Right? We're talking about genocide.
I was entertaining the idea of trying to fix something like so just as broad as the government. I can't really give you a straight and definite answer on how to.
You can't. And the reality is that just classifying something as damage or not damage does not work. And that is not what that story is talking about when it's saying that the knowledge of good and evil. Damage and less damage. Good grief.
Well, you're asking me.
That's not what that story is talking about.
You asked me personally.
That's not. I don't know. Why are you talking while I'm talking?
I'm saying you. Yeah, I'm just saying you asked me personally.
No, I didn't.
You asked me if I would.
You said that you do not classify things as good or evil. You classify them as damage or less damage.
Right.
Yes. Right. And it does not make sense. It doesn't make sense, especially when we got into the weeds of you claiming that everybody collectively understands that it's wrong to kill another person, and everybody does not understand that, right? Because people in different situations justify to themselves why it's okay to take another person's life, i.e., the government. When they want to go into another land and take land or take minerals, they justify genocide, and then they fund local military groups so that they can go in and harass and terrorize the people, which often leads to more death and rape and people being displaced.
No, what I said was I don't use the word good and evil. I use the word damaged and less damaged.
I said that.
Right. And then you asked, then you pulled it into a legal situation, and then it got about.
No, I didn't.
Well, you said, well, someone used that in court about this lady in court, and she got lighter sentences. Now you're talking about legality.
I literally said you are giving people an excuse to say, "Oh, he has a mental illness, or he has he's criminally insane," so that they can get a lighter sentence. It's the equivalency of believers saying we are all saved by grace. My sin is wicked. We're not perfect. Don't judge me, right? When you're saying that you're saying that you don't want to say a thing. You literally said that you don't want to call a thing evil because it's not necessarily evil. There is a issue that's causing the person to do that thing, and that issue could be that they have a tumor. That issue could be that they have some psychological imbalance.
Could it be?
It definitely could be, but not in every situation. But the way that with you saying that you classify everything as damage or less damage, you would have to be saying in every situation. That's why I asked, out of all of the murders and homicides that you see in the news, how many of them have you actually researched a scientific reason for? If you're just classifying things as damage or less damage. And then hold on, let me finish, please. And then when you said not a lot, I said, okay, when you see the news, since you can't classify them, since you can't research them, do you just not classify them? Do you just looking up, I don't have enough information to say whether that's damage or less damage, and just go on? That question you did not ask. You made the statement that everybody collectively knows that it's wrong to kill people, and that's why we're talking about Sudan now.
Well, you asked. Well, here's the thing: if I say they're damage or less damage, and I go off scientific studies, well, at least I can with that being said. Now, if you say evil, how are you going to determine if somebody's evil? If that's just a kind of a term that's kind of loosely thrown around there. I mean, I never known of any scientist saying, "Hey, this is evil. Let me study it," or "Let's study why the actions of somebody, why they do what they do." There's been a lot of scientific breakthroughs that probably prevented a lot of what you would call evil things.
And there are scientists that do call actions evil, and you haven't researched any though.
Well,
do you see the difference? I'm sorry. You're doing it again. There are scientists who have called certain actions evil, and they will call certain actions egregious, even with them researching to find out why a person did a thing. But the thing is that you've not done it. You've not taken the time to research and find out why a person did a thing. And you're saying that you classify things as damage and less damage. I'm not even telling you that that's wrong. What I'm asking you is your process of thought with that. And if you are telling me that the way to classify that is to research the science behind a person's actions, yet you haven't done it. So my next logical question is, since you have not done that, how are you classifying it as damage or less damage? Or do you just shrug your shoulders and say, I don't have enough information to research the science behind their action, so I'm not making a judgment call?
Well, you like to use logic, right? That's my logical response to a situation is, let's get down to it. Let's figure it out. Let's
but
run.
You haven't done that. That's what I'm saying. You told me yourself you have not researched them. So how are you categorizing it if you've not done the thing you say that needs to be done to categorize them?
We're having a logical conversation. I'm trying to have a logical conversation with you.
I'm sorry. Are you not understanding my question?
It sounds more like you're telling me what I'm doing rather than asking me a question.
I asked you and you said you hadn't done it. I'm taking you at your word. I'm repeating your words. Do you not remember when I asked you about all of the murders that you see on the news? And you said, well, I haven't researched any scientific reason for the murders that I see on the news. I'm
No,
taking you at your word.
I'm taking the court at its word.
So you've read all the court cases for every murder you've seen on the news?
Well, what are you talking about?
Listen, if you scroll TikTok and you see a news video that says that a man killed an entire family, do you make a judgment of damage or less damage right then and there, or do you go and do research on that man to find out if he has some neurological problem?
I would, if I were to judge on that, I would do the research on it.
My question is, when you see that, do you automatically say, "Oh man, that's damage," or "Oh man, that's less damage"? When you're watching a video and the news anchor is telling you what happened.
Yeah, I would say that this is something damaged there. There's a problem, as it was. I was referring to. That's a problem.
We just say, "Oh, that's a problem."
Yeah, if somebody did that to their family, there's a problem there. There's damage.
But you said that you would need to do the scientific research behind it first before you could say it's damage or less damage.
Well, that would be a what would be the correct thing to say to you?
I don't know, because this is your ethical framework. So I'm asking you questions to understand your ethical framework. I don't judge things like that. You do.
Well, you said you're talking about good and evil, right? Do you judge things by saying that's good and evil?
I do, yes.
And I'm saying I judge things by saying that's
I know.
less
And
than.
I'm trying to understand your ethical framework. I can't answer questions regarding your ethical framework. I can only ask you questions and
tell you
you
why
can
it's
answer them or
ethical.
not.
Well, reason why it's ethical to me, because to take a situation and just say in court, well, judge, give them the sentence, they're evil. Judge, give them a sentence, they're evil. Or and then the case comes up, someone's like, hey man,
You
hold on.
aren't the one taking them to court. Why are you
I
bringing
know.
up court? I'm asking how you judge things.
Have you ever taken
With you
anybody to the
sitting
court?
I'm asking, how do you judge things when you're sitting on your couch scrolling on TikTok and you see a news video that says a man killed his whole family? Like me, if I'm watching it, I'm gonna say, oh my God, like that's evil. Like how could anybody do that? Right? That's what I'm gonna say to myself. Like, that is evil to slaughter your whole family, right? But you're saying you wouldn't do that. So what I'm trying to understand from you is, what is your process, right?
My process is, how can we keep this from ever happening?
No.
Ever.
I didn't ask. That's not what I'm asking. I feel like I know that I'm asking a very simple question, right? I'm asking, how do you get to damage or not damage in that moment of you watching that video? That's what I'm asking you. Are you there? Oh my gosh. Like, I swear, I don't understand. I really do not. And then I guess, I don't know, did he, They have been running all night. It's sickening. It's sickening. And then these be the people who think that they have answers, but you can't. I don't know. It's like they're scared of being questioned. Valley Wings.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm good. Are you afraid of questions?
No, not at all.
How old are you?
33.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
I consider myself a Christ follower, but not a Christian.
Is it the God in the Bible, the Christ in the Bible?
Yes.
Okay. Which topic did you want to discuss?
Well, I think we were trying to get into the first one. Could we try the alternate topic?
Sure. Go ahead.
Is Jesus the problem or solution for humanity? Well, I don't know who this is quoted from, but there was an anthropologist in the 70s in the United States that said something to the effect of, if Christians would convert to Christianity, the world would be a better place. And I find that to be very true. Now, at the same time, I'm studying certain spiritual concepts from Hinduism, and I've explored concepts in paganism. And there are so many different pathways toward becoming a more enlightened person. You don't have to be the Buddha to stop being a dick, right? So I think that starting from the Roman Catholic Church and all of its corruption from the very beginning, that has been a grave problem for humanity. And just considering how deep of an irony that is when Jesus Christ preached pretty common sense, wonderful things. It's all very sad. I think, Jesus could be a solution for humanity, but people would actually have to take him at his word. And how do we even really know if the Bible is what he said when the Roman Catholic Church corrupted so many things about the Bible?
It sounds like you're saying that Jesus is the problem and not the solution.
The followers
that Buddha would actually be the solution.
Well, Jesus's message was wonderful, but the followers of the Roman Catholic Church, well, love your neighbor and basically give the shirt off your back. Just be a good person, and obviously, yes, to follow him, and you'll have salvation in heaven. But I don't know. I mean, I think it's more interesting to actually try to make Earth a heavenly place than just to follow blindly so you can get your ticket to heaven.
So you say Jesus says, right, to love your neighbor. Does the context of that even matter?
Yeah, well, we can have boundaries with our neighbor, but we should still love them, yes.
No. I asked, does the context of Jesus in the story, right, in the Bible, saying to love your neighbor as you love yourself, does that even matter?
Anyone saying that is right. I understand the question. Yeah, I mean, the context shouldn't
what's
matter.
The question? The context should not matter?
No, the context shouldn't matter. I mean,
Why not?
It shouldn't have even had to be the Son of God coming to say that you should love your neighbor. That should be common sense.
So if I tell you what the context is, and I tell you that there are people that are following that context, then it would be wrong.
There are people following that context.
They're following the Bible as it is written, right? The context of love your neighbor as you love yourself is the disciples who were Israelites asked Jesus, who was also an Israelite, what were the most important commandments of the law of Israel. And he quoted to them from the law of Moses from the Levitical law for the Israelites, you shall not take vengeance or bear a grudge against any of your people, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord. And so the love your neighbor as you love yourself was tribal. It was to love a cult member, the Israelite cult, as you love yourself, loyalty to an Israelite. And then his second law that he said was the most important was to love the God of Israel with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your might. So it was loyalty to the cult of Israel. Now, granted, today that scripture has been reinterpreted, right, to just mean love everybody or anybody. But there are people who know what Jesus meant when he said that. They know that that was a tribal command and they follow that. Are they wrong for following what the story says and not following the reinterpretation?
Yeah, it's all very complicated when it comes into practice. Obviously, I think any hateful action that results from the reading of the Bible is incorrect and is possibly even evil, and it's just. I think we all have a relationship with at least divinity, whether or not it's Jesus or any other name. We have a relationship with divinity, and we can get more in touch with that, and we can understand that what divinity wants for us is love for each other and service to one another. And so whether it's the Christ consciousness or Jesus of Nazareth.
But I think you're just, like right now, you're just talking your own words, right?
It's not just
what I'm
mine.
asking you, they are just your words, because again, the context of Jesus saying that is these are the two greatest commandments in the law of Moses and the law of Israel. And the law of Israel governed Israel and Israelites. Right? And so Jesus is saying to his Israelite followers, love an Israelite the way you love yourself. Now, I think it's a good thing. It can be a good thing. It can also be a bad thing. But I don't think it's anything wrong, right, with people reinterpreting Jesus's words today for, today's audience and today's believer who believe that Jesus is saying to love everybody, right? And everybody is your neighbor. I don't think anything's wrong with that. But there are people and denominations of churches who understand the true context of what Jesus is saying here, and they follow that. They love a Jehovah's Witness the way that a Jehovah's Witness would love themselves, right? You have what is the Eastern Orthodox? Eastern Orthodox loves Eastern Orthodox believers the way that they love themselves, because Eastern Orthodox believe that they're the only ones who got it right, right? Early Christians, early European Christians taught that you love a Christian the way you love yourself, right? Through white supremacy. So like they follow what Jesus says here. They don't follow the reinterpretation. So what would make them wrong if they're following what the Bible says and not the reinterpretation?
Yeah, I mean, I can't say what exactly is wrong about whose theology. I mean, whichever theology you choose to follow. But I work with my pastor, and we see eye to eye, and she knows a lot more about the Bible than I do, and we seem to be able to to match on a lot of things. So it just really doesn't. I don't know. I think the greatest takeaway from Christianity should be love, and so many followers are not doing that, and you see so many people just walking around telling everybody around them who's different that they're going to hell or any other type of judgment. And it says, "Judge not, lest you be judged." So, isn't that interesting?
Well, doesn't your Jesus say that unbelievers are going to hell? Doesn't Paul say that in this book?
Yeah.
So if they're following Jesus' teachings, why would they not spread that? If that's unloving, Jesus says that, right?
We don't need to call people demons and tell them they're going to hell. That's common sense would tell you that that's not a loving way to try to welcome people into your religion.
Yeah, but didn't Jesus call the Israelites that rejected him seeds of Satan?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that. Yeah, I'm not like, I don't. Maybe this is my signal to just drop the whole Christian thing, because I believe what I believe spiritually, and maybe it doesn't have a lot to do with Christianity.
I think, like, when you first came up here, you talked about Buddha, right? And
Well, that was just one phrase. I was talking about Hinduism as well.
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say before you cut me off.
I'm sorry.
I appreciate that. It took a minute before you got to Jesus's teachings, right? Like when you were talking about what is the solution to humanity, you mentioned Buddha and Hinduism and the things, paganism, the things that you were looking into now, and then further down the line, you mentioned Jesus. But when we get to Jesus, there's a lot of confusion, right? Jesus's teachings, like in this Bible, there are a lot of hateful things, right?
Yeah,
there are some good things that a person can, like I said, reinterpret for it to, be some like universal good things for a person to adopt, like love your neighbor as you love yourself. Sometimes the love your neighbor as you love yourself can be bad too, because if there is a Christian who believes that it is their duty to spread Jesus to people who do not believe, they might sign up for mission trips and go into other countries and colonize them and force them into a religion and strip them of their identity and their culture, and they may really think in their mind that they are doing the right thing because Jesus said, love your neighbor as you love yourself, right? Or they may come to your house and try to offer Jesus to you, and when you say no thank you, next thing you know, they're calling you seed of Satan because Jesus did, and this is their way of loving you. And they say, I don't want to see you go to hell. I want to see everybody in heaven. I'm doing this because I love you. And if it were me, I would want someone to pull me out of a burning house. I would want somebody to save me from going to hell, right? And that literally has broken families up.
Right.
It has ruined friendships.
Yeah. Well, I'll be the first one to say that the actual practice of the Christian religion has been probably one of the worst possible things for the whole planet since the year 100. So, I don't call myself a Christian. I haven't for a long time. I called myself a Christo-pagan, because I've been in the practice of paganism, Wiccan certain Wiccan ideas for several years, and I'm moving into more of a Hindu philosophy, but not necessarily worshiping gods. Just more of an omni-spiritualist sort of. So I don't know. I'm probably not the person to have like a debate. I'm not going to put up a strong
I don't debate.
adversarial like front against what you're trying to say, because
I'm sorry, Valley Wings, I do not debate. And I don't only talk to believers. I talk to people who are deconstructing, and I also talk to atheists, which is why I asked you which one were you. But I don't debate.
I just love the relationship that I feel that I have to Christ in my experience, through prayer and through actual spiritual practice. I love that relationship, and I think that it's detestable what Christianity has done to propagate
But we're not talking about Christianity, though. The topic doesn't say is Christianity the problem. The topic says it's Jesus. And I'm talking about the Jesus in the Bible, right? The stories that we have about this person, this deity. And the stories that we have about this character, there are some people who understand the historical context, they understand the literary context, and they understand what Jesus is saying to his cult. And they take those teachings and they live by them. And unfortunately, it comes out very hateful like, very supremacist like.
Yes.
Exclusivity. But they are the words of Jesus. There are some words of Jesus in this book, in the book of Luke. I think the Sermon on the Mount, where, like I said, a person could they could cherry pick some of Jesus's words. They could take them out of context and apply them, right, to reinterpreted Jesus, like you said, Christ consciousness type Jesus. But even that could be problematic, is what I'm saying. So the question is Jesus the problem or the solution for humanity? Like, does humanity need less Jesus or more Jesus?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's feeling more like the problem at this point. I mean, is because I just really didn't even understand those points that you made. That, I mean, I understand the points that you made, but I didn't know certain things beforehand. I haven't studied the Bible in great detail. I just trusted my intuition, and I've always spoken out against hateful Christians and their ridiculous ideologies. So I don't know. If we are to be saved through Jesus, and he's not as cool of a guy as I thought, then that's really sad. But
I think people read this text. Some people read this text and they create their own version of Jesus, right? They pick out the parts that resonate with them and they create their own relationship with those parts for themselves. And they say, this is Jesus, and this is the Jesus that I want to share with the world. There have been a few people that I've talked to who kind of put together a pretty cool Jesus, right? But not a lot. Most people believe in the Jesus that is going to come back and terrorize the earth and terrorize people for simply not believing in him.
yeah, I can't possibly see any justification for Jesus coming to terrorize anybody. Like,
Well, that's what he says he's gonna do in this book.
yeah.
When he
Well,
comes back. So, but like,
judgment.
yeah.
I don't even believe in hell. I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know if I just cherry picked everything that I believe about Jesus, and I've never had a full grasp. Well, I also have. I believe, obviously, I've said initially that the Bible itself, you know, I've had a major grapple with pastors and priests over the years, you know, because I don't believe for a second that the Bible is inerrant. I think it is deeply corrupted, and I think anybody who knows God spiritually and knows divinity would understand that there is no entity that comes from God that could possibly preach anything but love.
But why would a God have to be love? Like, I think that even came from Christianity, right? Like, why does a God have to equal
just
love?
about any spiritual tradition?
No, not all gods were love.
Well, I mean, it's just
the God of Christianity was.
I don't know.
I think that the majority of humans do just want to love people, right? I don't think love should be commanded. I think love should be earned. Like, just people expect, because you've been taught to love people, they expect to be able to have open access to you without having earned it. They don't respect your boundaries. They feel like it is rude if you put up boundaries and you don't let them say and do whatever they want to say and do to you, and that's not love, right? And then everybody defines love in their own way, right? They don't necessarily ask, how do you want to be loved? Like, am I loving you the way that you actually feel it and know, you know, that I love you and that I care for you?
Right, and those are conversations that I have with people, and so I don't know. I'm not some paragon of what is right or what is true, but I know that gurus throughout time have said that, you know, among our highest spiritual purposes are to feed people, to love people, to serve people, and other creatures. Even, you know, there are people who are not human. Think about that, right? A dog can be a person. And that's possibly non-Christian right there. So I think I just want to continue to engage in what I believe deeply in my heart to be the right path, and I try to be disciplined or develop discipline to stick to that. And whether I'm following Jesus or I'm just a crazy monkey on a rock orbiting a star flying through the galaxy, one way or another, I'm trying to be a pro-social creature rather than an antisocial creature. So that can only
Before
be
you go,
possible. Yeah.
Okay. And before you go, let me ask you, do you feel that you cannot love the way that you want to love unless you're following a deity or these teachings?
No, it's fun for me. It's like I've for a couple of years now, I'm like a D&D character, right? I have deity alignments.
What is D&D? I'm sorry.
Well, I don't even play D&D. I just say that, like, Dungeons and Dragons, it's a role-playing game. it's like I started playing D&D with my life. I was like, well, what are my deity alignments? And I was like, well, yes, there's Jesus. I've always had a strong relationship with Christ, or the Christ consciousness, which we all possess. Or like, but then I had this radical transformative experience aligning with the Celtic goddess of death and warfare, the Morrigan. So I'm aligned with Jesus Christ and the Morrigan, and I don't know or care if it's true or whatever. And I'm actually very scientific and very logical, but it's just fun and it feels very good for me to align with these entities and to pray with them and to them. And I recommend it. Find your deities. Everybody in the
You
chat.
actually don't need a deity. Like,
You don't. No, you don't. But if you wanted it, you could have one. And it's just, for all intents and purposes, I'm just a humanist at the end of the day.
do you have loyalty to the deities that you pray to?
Well, I'm not going to kill anybody for them or some crazy shit,
But what are your loyalties to them?
Honestly, I've never actually given offerings. I don't believe that divinity is something that requires worship. I think that divinity is there to serve people. So, I mean,
That's interesting because Jesus here, right? Like, people are to worship him and his Father, right, and serve him. And he says to think of yourself as a worthless slave and don't expect a thank you because you're only doing what you're supposed to do.
yeah, I'm probably just not even a Christ follower at the end of the day. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, this is like a moment that I'm having right now because I just I don't appreciate that. I don't recognize that as something that the divine would require of its people.
I can understand that. That's why I said, like, because you mentioned Buddha and Hinduism first, it sounds like to me that you might lean more towards that type of understanding.
With my spiritual teacher, I'm learning Sanskrit right now, and I'm practicing yoga, like the 8 limbs of yoga, not just the stretching. So I'm working on all sorts of things in spiritual practice, and I don't really want to. I think I'd like to follow in the path of my spiritual teacher, and his path is that he has no one religion. He doesn't ascribe to any religion. He just has a certain practice and an innate desire to learn and to grow, and that's all that I need. So
I can dig with that. Well, I definitely thank you for coming up, Valley Wings, and I hope you have a great rest of the night, okay?
You too. I appreciate your time.
Now.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Bless you. Good night.
Good night. JMR, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. JMR says, "Psst, thinker, howdy, homie." What's up, homie? Little love for you. Also, your TikToks have been flawless lately. Thank you. Cracking me up. Oh, and the repost. Jackie needs her own show. Thank you for accidental intro. Caller, leave the cult. That was for you, Valley Wings. Thank you so much, JMR. I appreciate you. Okay, let's see. If you are a nerd and you're in the request, can you comment and let me know if you're in there? Simon?
Yeah, Simeon. Can you hear me?
Simeon. Yes. Hi, how are you?
I'm doing all right. I just thought I might join the live to just discuss what topic you wanted to talk about.
I don't pick topics for you. How old are you?
I'm 21.
You was getting ready to say 18, Simeon.
I was.
Yeah, so you're 18.
Yeah.
Okay, unfortunately, I do have to take you down, okay?
Okay.
All right, have a good one. Oh, Simeon, I do allow 18-year-olds on Tuesday nights. I have an 18-year-old co-host. If you want to come back Tuesday night, you can discuss these topics with her, okay?
Okay, but wait, before I leave, I do have a question. Why is that like a legal thing that...
No, it's a boundary that I set, and I'm just going to ask that you respect that boundary. Okay. But I do allow 18-year-olds on Tuesday night, okay?
All right, on the same account?
Yeah, on the same account, same topic. All right, thank you. Gaddafi the Great. Maddie is Tuesday now, yes. Gaddafi the Great. You rescued a dog today, Maddie? What is it? Gondorf? What is it? Hold on, I can't see that. Gondorf? Okay, they ain't there no way. I thought he was saying he was Gaddafi. I don't know. I haven't seen Lord of the Rings. I seen bits and pieces of Lord of the Rings. Oh, that's the wizard. Lone John. They're not connecting. If you have a user number and no username, I need you to add a username to your account. Or are you an atheist?
Deconstructing.
All right. And which topic did you want to discuss?
We can discuss all of them if you want to.
Just go ahead and start with one, and we'll see where we go from there.
Okay, did God withhold the knowledge of good and evil from Adam and Eve to protect them or control them? That's a little bit of both. It's a little bit of both. Parents do it too. Parents sometimes not tell you the truth. Sometimes to control you or protect you. You know, because most children don't know what they're getting themselves into. Most of the time,
I was very open